The fuck? How do I turn this off? Testing. Can you guys hear me? Are there any hearers in chat? This is my first time doing the setup kind of like this, so feedback will be appreciated. I've never done it with a stream with my phone before, so if there's any hiccups, let me know. I'll try to fix them. I don't know what I'm doing here, so we'll see. I see that my audio is picking up, but let me know if you guys cannot hear me. We're gonna be opening up some boxes today. We got I don't want to move my phone to show you guys, but just trust me, it's a lot of boxes. I got 40 boxes of Rosetta to open. It's a little jumpy. We'll see how this works. If this it's too jumpy, I'm just gonna kill the green screen and then just use the camera that I'm using for my face cam as the thing for the box opening. So if that happens, bear with me as I adjust. It'll just be a minute as I change it. Can you hear me? Awesome. Awesome. With the old X-Acto knife. Oh, Hamal. Let it rip. Yeah, it's like a little jumpy. I don't know if I like it. If it's a problem for you guys, just tell me and I'll change it. You guys don't need to see my ugly mug. First box, let's go. I should probably have the trash can over here instead. That'd make more sense, right? Yeah, that's kind of shitty. I don't know how to get this phone thing to work right. We'll do one box, see if it fixes itself, and then sounds like it's not going to fix itself, and then I'll just change my camera over. Yeah, this is terrible. All right, I'm just going to change the camera. Give me a second, guys. Let me just I'm just going to go back to the starting or the BRB screen real quick. I'm going to leave my mic on so you guys can keep talking to me though. think this will work fine. It's kind of ghetto. I'm just gonna have to rotate the camera. Let's see. Where'd my camera go? Let's get rid of collab cam. Unlock this. Make it big. Hello, I said unlock it. Nope. Transform? Rotate. I want to rotate this clockwise. Okay, okay. Well, that's not working. Okay, we'll rotate it back. We'll rotate it back. And I'm just gonna mess with my arm. Yeah, I just tried rotating it, and as you saw, it doesn't work. I'm just gonna do it the ghetto way of physically rotate it. I'm using Streamlabs. Just do this the old-fashioned way, you know? Can't get the angle that I want. I think that's more or less fine. Let me just crop this a bit. Probably should turn off my green screen, huh? Filters. Edit filters. Turn off chroma key. Done. Crop this a bit. Professional YouTuber. Guys, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm going to call that one a good enough for government work, I think. Let me just turn off the autofocus. Configure video. Because otherwise this shit's going to be bouncing. Camera control. Focus. Auto. And let's get a random card. Get my focus right. You guys can't fucking see that for shit. Oh, man. My dark past. Come back to haunt me. I thought it'd be because I'd say something out of pocket, I'd get canceled, not people finding out I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Oh, dang it. Okay. Does this look fine to everyone? Is this serviceable? Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Okay. Let's get cracking. I'm going to be going a smidge fast. We're not going to see me going crazy through one card at a time. We got 40 boxes to go through. If you guys want to take plenty of time with this, though, you can just ask me anything, and I'll probably pause and ramble at intervals that make sense to my monkey brain. God, I don't know where I want to put these. Here, I guess? Here, I guess? I don't know. Oh, I should... Big brain. I should put it where chat is, right? Yeah. Oh, this is inverted. What the fuck? Bro, how did I manage to invert this? Oh my god. Bro, I'm such a one. No wonder I was having such a hard time getting the camera to line up. Flip horizontal? Yeah. I was like, how is this not lining up right? It's because I was doing it backwards. Hey, Black Ace. I'm gonna get gaslit every single time I get one of the oh god, what is it called? The art cards at the back. Every single time. Oh, got a plan for the worst. Really cool. Oh, and if you saw my video, Truce. I think this card's actually fantastic. Let's go ahead and sleeve that one up. It's a foil Truce. Most of this is going to be for sale, by the way, if anyone's interested in cards. I'm opening this to fuel the needs of the local goblins that need cards. But anything that they don't grab, every time I see one of these, it's going to fucking gaslight me. I hate these pieces of shit. Angie every time. Every time I go, oh, the swing of emotions every single time I open one of those. But yeah, this card's actually fantastic. Truce. Fills a really good role in the fatigue strategy, and it actually also fills a role in the... It got a 10-foot tall and bulletproof. I think that card's really good also. I'm really looking forward to Nazalia being like, big dominate attack, and I'm like, no damage. I will swing again with my auras and call you a clown. You did... That's a lot of boxes. I gotta... I'm doing some rookie numbers here. I gotta work up to that at some point. You've been so lit. Listen, man, you're getting that bread. Hey, man, you should run some ads on the channel at some point. You made this monster, now cash in on it. Every time. I hate them so much. Do you want the spoiler on those art cards so they don't spook you? What do you mean? Yeah, fully block out on a turn, push your board, got a mental block. I got this at the world premiere. It was pretty good. Yeah, like fully defend your board, get to push your board again. Okay, you got less cards next turn, you end up sacking your board, whatever. You still manage to get a full round of attacks in with your board. So you kind of make up for that value that you end up losing on the next round. And it's not even like you're losing value. You had a 1-card 10 that then drew you negative. Got a Machinations of Dominion. If you ask Hamilton, Runeblades don't make auras, though, so this card's not very good. Also, Chain doesn't play Runeblade attacks. World Champ difference. World Champ difference right there. I was just listening to their podcast, the M&R cast, on the way here. I could say here. On the way to the store. And back. I think it's like the only podcast I actually listen to right now. I would listen to the Runaways, but, you know, I talk to those guys all the time. So it's functionally like reruns. Yeah, you saw at the world premiere, you were talking to... I mean, you can always say hi. Finding a moment where I'm not talking to someone can be difficult at times, to be honest. You'll be in quite the waiting room for that, because I'm always running around socializing with people. Got Cut Through the Facade. I think this card's actually pretty good. It's close to a card that I've been wanting them to design. They're like getting there. There's a card that I told James White that I really wanted to see them print. I think I told him at Worlds. I don't remember. I wanted them to make a popper that was designed to be... Ooh, got an extended art foil Channel Lightning Valley. Pretty sick. Do these always come extended art? I've only seen extended arts, so I have no idea. But yeah, I was telling James White that I wanted to see some poppers designed specifically to counter Dromai at the time, but Illusionist in general. The one that I had in mind was you... let me get a popper in my hand so I can gesture with it. When you defend with it, it deals a damage to an ally or something like that. So it's a popper that also picks off an Ashwing. But when you attack with it, it has either an on-hit or an on-hit to hero, whatever makes more sense for balancing that. that then also deals damage to allies. So if you give me the chance to pop with it, I can use it to do a little bit of board clear. But if you don't give me the chance to pop, then I'm just gonna attack with it and say, hey, you have to give me cards, and I'm gonna get some board clear. And Motsy sticks? And oh my god, for free? Fucking love Motsy sticks. Because Motsy sticks are just one step off from my favorite thing in the world, crab rangoons. Hey, Dalton. I mean, right now, Lucas smells like victory. That's going to be... Man, it's so unfortunate that he won that event. To be honest, we didn't need that kid to have even more ego or more go into his head. All I could think of, Dalton, when he won, was when we were at the event and you gestured at me. Yeah, you gestured at my head and you were like, your head is getting big because of people walking up and complimenting me or on my content or something like that. You were like trying to make a joke at me. All I could think of was that with Lucas, like, oh no, his head is going to be huge after this. The kid's a fucking genius. Got a cold... Bro, what is this nonsense? Got like... Let me see if it's like smudged at the top. Cold foil rune hold release. Pretty cool. If you guys didn't see it, I did an interview with Lucas. And if nothing else, go skip forward and listen to the section where he talks about his Ocilio drafts. Kid's a fucking genius. Him figuring out that shit on the fly. Oh, got a face purgatory. So my focus is down here. Okay. Yeah, the focus. Well, I turned off the autofocus on it so that way it doesn't keep bouncing because that's kind of jarring.
Like just looking at the video on YouTube, it like.
No. I know, Dalton. You're good. It's all in good fun. I love you, bud.
The video quality is pretty poor.
It was better than my phone. Is the quality fine for you guys? Let me turn off this light so there's not a glare. Jimmy? Will the real Jimmy please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up.
I don't think that.
Unlucky. Hummel says hi. Oh, you're literally standing now. No. It's just a fucking liar. No! This card is also fucked up. I think this might be one of the all-stars of the set. I don't know why I put this Rotwood Reaper over here. Or this Aurora. I got excited by the face purgatory. What was I saying? Yeah, Gone in a Flash. What was it? Someone on the team the other night was talking about it, and they described it as Endless Arrow, and I hadn't considered it like that. I was like, oh, that's a good analogy. Wah, opened 2 legendaries instead of the extended art one. Wah. Yeah, I wanted to see him make some more poppers that were designed specifically to attack Illusionist. Got a cedh tomorrow. I think people are sleeping on this card in the Earth Heroes. I think potentially the Arsenal tucking cards are really good for setting up your second cycle without having to overpitch. I talked about that in my video with Tarek, rather. I think there's a lot of value in that. It's like, is the drop rate of the set really shit? I mean, I'm 1.5 boxes in and I have a legendary, so I don't know. What do you want from me, man? I'm just opening cards. I don't know. Oh, got another cold foil. This is the same box as the other cold foil, right? Cold foil. What is it called? Flash of Brilliance. You are currently the first person that I've heard say anything about the pull rate of stuff be bad. Not saying that That's not true. Just I have not actually heard anyone else say that. If you get Japanese print, the boxes within the case will be identical. Yeah, that's the streamer box difference. Two common cold foils. Is the paper Belgium or Japanese? I don't feel like looking. Nah. Oh my god, 60 people here. Holy shit. I'm just opening cards. It's not that deep. Calm down, guys. Paper's Belgium? Yeah. Yeah, but you guys could figure it out for me instead. I'm utilizing chat as Google. White tape is Belgium. Red tape is Japan. White tape. Got a rampant growth. Should I make a video on this card? Talking about the combo? I already talked about it with the thing with Majin. Does that deserve a video on its own, though? I was debating on doing one talking about Arc Lightning plus, what is it, this fucking card? Flicker Wisp. Just broken combo, you know. Nice clickbaity title. Ooh, got a foil Plow Under. Anyone that's been watching those videos, do you like them? Have you guys been enjoying that, like, under 10-minute content, just kind of doing a quick explanation of, like, some card interactions in the metagame? Got one of the assassin headpiece. It was so funny. We were at the world premiere, and it was before we had started opening stuff, and I was talking about how I really wish we would get some cards that had Spell Void and Arcane Barrier on the same card. Just a little bit of cleanup over here. Wow, Dalton. Fake fan. Yeah, it feels like they should be the same price, right? Oh, that's weird. My packs are upside down. Huh. I'm kind of sad that they didn't do something else again, like the golden packs, but at the same time, we probably don't want them to do that shit every single set, because then, you know, we run into what Magic does, where they, oh, people like this? Okay, let's do it until people don't like it anymore and they fucking hate it. You think it's short printed? We'll find out. Well, if Hamal says it, it's probably true. Where'd my tokens go? Oh, I put them in my Majestic pile. Okay, I'm gonna move my Majestics, like, over Ogre here, I guess? Because I keep wanting to put tokens here. Oh, speaking of Majestics, got another one of the Aura one. New secret layer alert. You opened more? Or was it boxes that you said earlier? The fixed ninja needed. Okay, I haven't watched coverage yet. Someone explain to me how the fuck Akatsu made top 8. What is the timeline that we're living in that... Oh, got a foil. That Akatsu is still a playable deck. Foil, rampant growth. I also fucking hate that the split cards resolve backwards from what we traditionally do split cards as. Another Plow Under. That reminds me, I gotta find someone to talk to about Ira. I feel like that would make a good video of bringing someone on to talk about Ira. My first thought was get Jacob Pearson on, but I don't know if people like know that he's Ira guy anymore. And even then, I don't even know if he would be able to really talk about it because, you know, dev and everything. I would love to have him on though. He's one of my favorite people on LSS. One of my highlights in Fab was actually getting to play Ira mirror matches into him at the end of the first Worlds. We were just like at a coffee shop, got a high voltage. Talk to Jimmy about Ira. Sure, could definitely do that.
Yeah, you got your Ira man right here.
Get Peter. Ooh, is Peter Ira guy? Oh, hold on, hold on. Finish sorting. I always mess up my sorting after I get a good pull. Oh, lucky. It is the Fable. You know,
Stop opening.
I have yet to actually open a cold foil Fable since they moved to doing both rainbow foil and cold foil Fables, and I do 40 boxes every set. Well, that's why I'm streaming. The EV's higher if I stream. If I wasn't streaming, if I wasn't streaming, I wouldn't have opened that cold foil staff. Oh, I had I think like 15 people to at the world premiere go up to me and like give me one of these of feet of one of the characters. I was like, stop. I should have just taken them all and just cornered the market on feet. Ooh. Oh! Oh! This is a good box. Man, who's talking shit on the boxes? Guys, the whole circus over there. Nice. It's not a Verdance though, or was it Florian? Florian? No, no Motzies for me yet. Yeah, if I was smart, I would have tried to figure out something for sponsoring the video with like TCG Player or something, right? Direct people to go buy boxes. That's cool and all. Unless the deck is spicy, I'm just curious, like, what happened to cause Katsu to top, you know? Was it, like, a favorable metagame? Like, is Katsu, like, actually legitimately good? What, is it because he was also on a weird fatigue plan with the funny new generic? I'm just, like, curious, like, what the story was with that Katsu. I accept that he's just a good player. That's an acceptable answer, but it's still it doesn't seem like a great meta for Katsu if I'm just like looking at it from the outside in, you know? Okay, but like we're talking about a metagame full of Earth heroes that want to block, and a bunch of people are playing that funny new generic. Speak of the funny new generic, so like kind of hard to Kodachi lock people when they're gaining 9 life at the end of the game. You said he faced a lot of Runeblade? Okay. I should probably rotate these packs. I keep opening them upside down. Eh. Oh! Nice. Which one is this? The Gain Life one. That's so pretty. This is a good case. Oh, I haven't actually seen this card yet. Oh, Double Majestic. Nice. Okay, so instant speed deal 1, and then return an attack action card would cost less than X from your graveyard to your hand, where X is the total arcane damage that you dealt this turn to an opposing hero. Go again. That's pretty good. I'm on case number 1 right now. So this is box number 4. So case 1 is a Fable, a Marvel, a Legendary, and a Channel Lightning, whatever. I don't know if the channel's, like, worth anything, but I haven't looked at card prices. Oh. Probably not money, but, like, it's very pretty. Yeah, good pulls. It can only go downhill from here. Stop watching now. You've already seen the highlights. God, watch Count Your Blessing actually be money rare because people are buying them 9 at a time.
Yeah,
Huh.
we've already had multiple orders done.
Oh, 10 foot tall. Ooh. Is that the play? If people play Count Your Blessings, just play 10 foot tall and call them a clown because you've added more total damage to your deck than they've added more total life? Doesn't matter if you IP2 afterwards if you're just... They're not putting pressure back on you. Yeah, I did sell them.
Tell people that we have a gazillion of the playmat you're opening on.
I did not yet. We, in fact, have a gazillion of this playmat that I'm opening on. If anyone wants this playmat, it is for sale. We ended up scooping a ton of them at the world premiere. So if anyone wants these playmats, let me know. Just DM me. How much did we want for them? Shipped? North America? 40? Okay.
They're gonna go up if I sell more, but we'll start at 40.
That is, in fact, about what we were buying them for, Dalton. I think we were buying them for more than that. I don't remember. Unlucky. No second Fable. Tech W. Every time. I wonder if they did that on purpose to create more dopamine hits. Oh, got another channel. I pulled more Majestics in this box than your case? That can't be true. Usually you get, like, 6 per box in Fab. So... with, like, minimum. Yeah, I am 6 per box plus 1. Surely you missed Majestics, then. That... I do not believe you, I'm sorry. I think the least Majestics I've ever opened in a box ever was 5. Go double check your tokens. Surely there's Majestics in your tokens you missed. Not to be rude, just... I don't believe you, I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw some people doing weird openings, too, where they, like... it didn't get like collated right, so it was like multiple of the same card being opened. Was it Pudding or something where they like all their equipment was the like two ofs? Now we're starting the second case. Oh! Is this the good one? It's one of the good ones. Lightning, I imagine, is one of the good ones. Also, what the fuck? Bruh. What is this nonsense?
Just send this like clips to LSS being like, I need rainbow foils. Fuck.
Yeah, this is nonsense. This also is scuffed on the back. What is this quality control? Yes, but that's because you also had super rares. So you ended up getting, I think it was 2 Majestics and 4 Supers per box. So, same thing. I miss WTR. That was a good ass set. Yeah, it was functionally the same. When I started Fab, it was like, oh, maybe 2 weeks in, I actually did like a max box opening. Oh, foil dust. Nice. When I first started Fab, you know, the sane person that I am, I went very deep and just bought, what was it, like 160 boxes or something. There's a store doing like a closeout sale where they were liquidating their boxes for like $50 or something like that. So I just bought all of their boxes. Uh, so I started off with just like a shitload of WTR stuff. It was like 80 Monarch and 80 WTR. My start with Fab was get the Blitz decks for Monarch. Played one game with Jimmy. We look at each other and we're like, run it back. Finish the second game. So how deep are we going? And it was like, message Hamal a few days later, get stuff from you. You sent me a bunch of Prism stuff. Then I bought a collection off of someone on Facebook. Then just bought 160 bucks. Just the most reasonable paths possible for joining a card game. There's a lot of stuff in Fab that's do as I say, not as I do. I don't recommend doing the path that I did, but I fell in love instantly. It's funny too, because when I first started, did I get feet? Oh, feet count 1. The God, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, if back then there was a Dash Blitz deck that I could have purchased, I might have been Dash guy instead of Prism guy, but I went to buy that, saw that it like either didn't exist or it was like $1 million because it was like a first edition only thing, and went, fuck that, I'm gonna buy the $10 deck because I'm not gonna get that as my learn to play experience. That's fucking stupid. You... That's hilarious, Amal. I hope I hope because of what tunic it was, it meant that you didn't miss it at all. Oh! Do I need to get like a feet emote or something? I don't know how to make custom emotes. I don't know how any of this shit works. I'm a bad YouTuber. Ugh, every time. The game was just over that fast? What the fuck? Are you playing Blitz or something? That's nonsense. Okay, goodbye to that box, I guess.
Yes, the cards being damaged definitely quality control.
Sorry, I'm just turning off my fill lights in the back because I'm not doing the face camera anymore. Give me half a sec. Okay, done. Sheesh, unlucky. Oh! Okay, that pack fell out. It's lucky. Jared playing Katsu during an interview said that he played 6 Be Like Water, 6 Surging, and made top 8. He played against Levia, 2 Vincent, Viserai, and 1 other. Lost against Aurora. He beat Vincent, making top 8. Okay.
That didn't why so out of these.
Oh! I said it was a lucky pack! It really was! Oh! Can I... Do I still have my focus back up? Let me pull that up. Configure video. Turn back on my autofocus. Okay, I'm gonna leave autofocus on for a minute. Let me know if you guys like it or not, or if it's bothering you. It like bouncing. I don't know if it's going to bounce, but let me know if it's annoying, and I will turn it back off and reset it to what I had. This hurt my brain. Double Aurora. Ooh, and an Eternal. With a nice scuff at the top of it. You know, I have to agree with you, Jimmy. The burps have it. Okay, this is fucking in my way. Yeah. It's not even because the paper on some of them, it's like not some of them it's not the first card in the back, and some of them it's the front of the card. So like the paper shouldn't be the problem. I don't know what would be causing that. I'll get an LSS rep in here. Right meow, so I can complain to them. This is my next complaint video that's going to make LSS mad at me. Paper packs are ruining Fab. Oh, I really like this card, especially the art. I'm upset. I haven't been able to find a lot of the like blown up art yet of stuff because I want to use them for like thumbnails and things. And this is like one of the ones that I want to use for a thumbnail. Oh, I still haven't used the what was it, the Runaways hat yet as a thumbnail. That was like I saw that and instantly went, this is the perfect thumbnail art. Just guy doing hands on head pog face. Jesse, you're ruining Fab. Take that. Got him. Got a sigil of Aether. This one right there is for you. Got him. Can't look away from that one. All right, how do we feel about the autofocus? No one said anything. That makes me think it's fine, but I genuinely want to know, do people care if the autofocus is on? I can turn it off and then manually turn it on when I have something to look at, if that's better for you guys. I would prefer that you guys are happy. Is it?
Maybe.
Hey, Andy. Is Jimmy correct? Is my video 480p? Andy, I'm sad I'm not going to see you in Japan.
Yeah. I was relying on him, my tour guide.
I might cancel the trip over that. Oh! Also, fuck Germinate. Fuck that card being unlimited. Okay, let's put the hits up here. Which one do you like most to play in the set? Are you asking me which hero Fuchin? Um, hmm. I've been enjoying both Earth heroes pretty equally as far as limited goes. I haven't played very much Classic Constructed, so I don't really have an opinion as far as that goes. I might enjoy the Lightning Heroes more as I delve into the format more. They're less obvious how to get the most value out of all of them, so it's just going to take more time playing them to get comfy. Which makes sense, you know. Put these sleeves over here. I think I like Verdance the most, but I've had more success with Florian. I also like... A weakness of mine in Fab has been pitch stacking. I'm not very good at it. Especially in Limited. In CC, it can be fine because it'll be like, you know, okay, there's a matchup that I know I have to do some amount of stacking in, and then I just have cards in my deck that are cards that I know I have to put back in my second cycle, but I'm not necessarily pitch stacking them. It's just when I see this, I know this really should be a card for pitch for the turn, not a card for blocking with or something like that. Free face. So, and then I play decks like Illusionist that can typically build pretty bad habits. Oh, Frenchie! Ooh! Whoa, I've missed you, Frenchie. This is the Frenchie that I think that this is, right? I'm gonna get back to you in a second, leaks. I want to finish my thought first. So yeah, I play decks that build bad habits as far as pitch stacking goes. So when I get into like limited formats where you have to like do some really meticulous specific pitch stacking, it can be difficult. And this format's been pretty good for like teaching me how to do that in on the fly settings where I need to identify in the moment when I need to do something like that. And the shorter cycles, the rarest card in the set, the Ponder token, uh, identify situations where I'm supposed to do things like that, or maybe I'm supposed to sack some value to overpitch something. And it's just been like a good out of my comfort zone learning experience for me. So I've been really liking that. What do you think about Prism and CC? I'm not very high on Prism right now. I think she's playable, but I don't think she's what I want to be doing in the format. I might revisit her, but I want to play Enigma. Like meta aside, I like Enigma is the deck that in Classic Constructed that if I could choose any deck to play, I would choose to play that if it was viable. So it's like it's not going to take much to make me play Enigma. I don't actually enjoy playing Prism on top of that. So I'm going to be spending more of my time on Enigma than Prism, so I might end up coming back to Prism later, but it's like I don't know if I want to put in the work into something that I didn't really want to play anyways, if you catch my drift. Actually, I don't think we've talked about Kano at all, to be honest. We can. Kano sucks. He smells. I am doing well. Thank you, Andy. I don't actually have this one yet. I'm going to set that aside for myself. Are you asking him? My bad. How am I supposed to know people in my comments are talking to each other, not me? I don't know. That like has to be against the rules or something. You're not allowed to talk amongst each other. Next, you're gonna unionize against me. I can't have that. I have an Enigma deck list on my Patreon. Go check that out. It is it's only $5 a month, and it helps support content. Like I've been making recently. I have an influx of patrons, so I've been making more content. So the more patrons that I get, the more time I'm able to actually justify spending on content instead of other things. So genuinely, it does help me make more content. So if you guys think you get $5 worth of value out of me, then please check out the Patreon. Got a cold foil helm of I'm gonna butcher this, Lingam Vitae.
I get $5 out of you.
Oh, I'm getting more than $5 out of you right now doing all the sorting. Got a Aether binding of the Third Age, first legendary of the case, I think. Yeah. Oh no! We got the cold foil extended art bark. Oh no, you're good. I'm so happy to see you. I've missed you so much, dude. You gotta play again. Oh, it's all the hits of the box. Well, some of the legends were from a previous case. This is box number 7 right now. I wish there was like a button that I could flick on the autofocus that was just like a on and off very easy on it. I'm sure that is a thing. Is the will reverse foil? What's the will? Yeah, it is reverse foil. Never lucky.
More fables than we usually get.
Except Outsiders. Outsiders, we got, I think, 3 in the time that set was out. So that was our 40-box opening, plus the random boxes and packs that we got from just, like, playing that season.
Oh, yeah, like, what was it? Sitting at...
At Baltimore, we got one?
Yeah, sitting at Baltimore, drafting with the boys.
I have yet to open a... I said this earlier. No idea that since they've done the change to doing cold foil and reverse foil legendaries in the same set, I have yet to open a single cold foil. Sorry, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. I've never opened a cold foil Fable. Oh, it doesn't have the reminder text on the cold foil? That's cool. How do I have more viewers for random pack opening stream than I do usually when I do like actual playing the game streams? This is such nonsense. Oh, how is it still in the pack? Honestly, it's probably because a bunch of new people joining the channel since the new set. Who here is new to Flesh and Blood? Got a cold foil Widow Web Crawler. This is sick art. Holy smokes. Yeah, I've been noticing an influx in new people in the game. I'm sure most people don't know this. I actually buy and sell cards. So, like, I do TCG Player as, like, my main source of income. If you guys want to sell cards ever, feel free to hit me up. I'm always buying singles and collections. Selfish plug there. But, I've had a giant influx in Fab sales, especially of just like bullshit cards that normally wouldn't sell. I feel like the game is going through a growth spurt right now, which is really sick if that's the case. Amal, I don't know if you're still here. Have you been noticing a jump in sales that's more than normal? Don't ask me a question. Rafa Master. Ooh, Heartbeat. Hey, Fino, any chance we get emergency bans before Worlds for that card, or do you? I don't think that card needs banning. I think it is a cringe card, but it has plenty of counterplay. It's not like, oh yeah, counterplay exists to Zen, just throw disruption. Like it's not like that. There's anti-life gain cards that you can play. There's Illusionist that just like as a whole shits on decks like that. And decks are we are very early in the meta, so decks are very poorly optimized right now. So take a lot of what you see early on in the metagame with a grain of salt. For example, the double Kano finals. While that's cringe, fuck Kano, take it with a grain of salt. People are doing bullshit right now and throwing shit at the wall. No one's figured out the meta. Random bullshit's gonna do well. So take the fatigue thing with a grain of salt. What's cringe, Kano or the fatigue thing, or both? I'd say both. Kano is cringe, TBH. Yeah, week 0 Kano is kind of like playing mono red aggro in standard week 1. It's like people haven't figured out the meta yet. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. You know what I mean? Does Dusk Till Dawn count? I'm assuming that was my question about, are you new? No, I mean like brand new to Fab, or to absorbing content at least for Fab. I'm curious if people have joined the channel that have joined the game recently. Just because I want to talk to some of those people. I'm trying to make content that is more geared specifically towards those people. So I just wanted to pick the brains of new players if I get a chance to. Yeah, the assassin legs are fucking fire. Sorry guys, I'm catching up. I had to ramble for a minute. Oh, you played me at the pre-release? That's sick. Was this your first Fab thing? I'm assuming no, based on your name, but this is directed at Fish and Blood. I also like your username. Is that up or down for you though, Hamal? Like where is that comparatively to like previous Fab releases? I really wish these were like this, so I could see the information on the side when I'm thumbing through cards. Okay, so a sizable jump. Yeah, play Poison the Well. That poops on these life gain decks. Like, we have answers. It's not the end of the world. When was the last? What was your previous highest where it felt like it went down? Was it like Uprising? Like, when did the sales start trickling down? Because it's felt like Fab has trickled down last year, and it's starting to kind of trickle back right now. I think I missed a couple questions in there. Because on stream, data to this. I don't know what you're trying to say, Julian. I'm sorry. Sorry, friend. I don't know what you're saying.
Joel Van babbling again.
This is a different one. This one I assume has hair. Sorry guys, I'm just catching up with chat. Just want to get back to all your questions and everything. Pre-ordered a box instead of this actually came in really late. I'm usually able to pick these up like on release, but the UPS order came in super late. I was planning on doing this on the weekend. Yeah, week 0 Kano, week 0 Kano. I also dislike fatigue metas. I think they're incredibly boring.
I like them.
I know.
It never tastes me.
How many boxes? This right here is 2 cases, so 8 boxes. Oh, that pre-release. You're talking about a different, not this pre-release, a different one. It was the like I misunderstood the ruling and kind of cheesed you out of a game, so I like gave you the prizing that I got from that win. Essentially, is that what you're talking about? Do you want this playmat? It's for sale. I have a stack of these if you wanted to buy one, or 20. Line your house with them. Oh,
Left.
I'll tell you what. If you want it, 35. That subscriber discount.
Yeah, but for every one we sell, I'm gonna raise it by $1. That's what I did for the other one.
Yeah. It's just an onslaught deck. It's not that deep.
It's like a full onslaught starter deck.
Yeah, that's why I kept it together. I was like, there's nothing worth anything in this, so I'm just going to keep it together, because that's... when am I going to see just a complete opened onslaught starter deck?
Rainbow Pro?
Plus, I have like a twinge of nostalgia for that, because that's the era that I started in.
My childhood.
Yeah. I was in elementary school, I think, when that came out. And then, give you guys the extra lore. I was trying to play Magic with the kids at school, and I had Urza's glasses in my deck, and that says, like, target player shows you their hand. And every time I would activate it, they would just do this. They'd show me their hand, and I'd be like, that's not what that does! Yeah, and so it never resolved its effect, even though I kept trying to play it. And then one of them there, Bradley, fuck you, he kept stealing my cards, and the after-school program people wouldn't do anything about it. Yeah, fuck that guy. The kid was also weird. He wore shorts, like gym shorts, 24/7. Like, I live in New England. It'd be an actual blizzard outside. He'd come in gym shorts. Legs turning blue. Nope, I'm not putting an ounce of warmth on my legs. I'll just die instead. Like, what? Bro, get your head checked.
You just put the gym shorts underneath the pants.
Yeah.
And just rip off his pants.
No. No. Shorts are life. Ooh, clean spills with playmats. I mean, that's what Majin Bey did at one of the events. He just spilled his mess on someone's playmat.
I got like really sick that one time.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the same one.
But that was at like LA. Was that a different time?
I don't know. The guy's a menace.
Yeah.
Absolute menace to society. Beats his opponent, then spills his drink on his playmat.
Yeah, fuck Kano.
Yeah. Legit question. How many Verdant's feet have you pulled? So far, I think just the one, unless I've missed it because I'm not actually paying attention. Dalton pointed out the fact that I opened it, so I set it aside.
Oh, I pulled out all of the art cards.
This was the one that he almost died? Okay. That was definitely one of the story times of all time. Bro, he's been killing it with the content collaboration game this week. He's all over the place. What was that, like 4+ videos he's done this week? Holy smokes. Good for him. Get that bag.
I only have the one.
Oh, you gotta... give me that shit. It has to be added to the hits pile.
What about the best card in the set? The Verdant Skies.
No. That's not what the people are here for.
Powerful card in the set.
That's not what the people are here for. Bro, this box sucks butts. Did get another feat, though. This box was some cheeks. Oh, never mind. Illusionist Cold Foil. Slam. Put this back in the pile. Take this one for me. One for me. What am I doing? Another box.
I'm sorting that.
Just actually sort the foils. Like, start class sorting it. What do you want from me? How is the scene in New Hampshire? I sometimes come across the Canadian border to play in the Northern Maine area. I'd say it's pretty good. The Salt the Wound guys are from that area. Orkanite, if you're still here, he's from that area. I come up there occasionally myself. It depends on, like, what other events are going on. Obviously, I'm going to bias towards going to the closer stuff first, but I'd say it's pretty good. Hey, Goblin Reserve. Thank you.
Of course, the most casual of all Fab players shows up, the Goblin Reserve.
Bro, your Goblin cosplay was so clean. I'd say that there's not actually very many cards in the set that I personally want. I'm only going to want stuff if I end up swerving to one of the new heroes for Worlds. Because, like, I just want to play Enigma, so I'm just going to pick up a couple Illusionist cards in the set and move on with life. But I supply all the cards to the locals for singles, so... how many have I opened so far? I am on box number 10, I think. I do not have a point of reference where that is offhand. Julian. Burlington, New Hampshire. Nothing. Nothing, okay.
It's north.
Yeah. Oh! Cold Foil Starfall. Slam. How is it still in the pack? Yeah, I got one of the Riptide card, I think. I think it was the first pack that I opened or something. I've opened 2 so far. Enigma Aurora is difficult, but winnable. I haven't put much time into it yet, so grain of salt, my opinions on CC right now. The ad break. Ooh. Yeah, Jimmy's over there sorting. Goblin says hello.
Oh.
I don't know, I think Aurora looks really powerful. You do like a lot of inherently very good things. Did I get feet? Oh, it's the actual Julian, not imposter Julian.
Oh, we already made fun of him. And
Yeah.
Showed up.
What are you referring to? Oh, foil. Yeah, unfortunately. I don't make the rules. Sorry. This is rainbow foil. Yeah. Sorry, Imposter Julian. I don't make the rules. I just work here. Oh! Someone call Josh. Oh, felling of the crown.
How is there a promo? You guys mix it in?
Huh?
There's just a promo chess piece in here.
Huh.
You must have mixed some.
Yeah.
You have like piles of bullshit over there.
I mean, my whole desk is piles of bullshit, so.
Because like that's wild if this is in the pack. So.
Yeah. Chat, did you see me open this? Or did I just mix this in? That might have been when I was grabbing the Flicker Wisp earlier. Boxes have been decent. I got two. So far, we're on box 10. I've gotten an Extended Art Legendary, a Fable, a Marvel Hero Young, two Rainbow Foil Legendaries, two Cold Foil Weapons. I don't know how that is average, though. Like, average-wise. One Felling of the Crown so far. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing a video talking about Flicker Wisp Arclight.
There's another one.
Okay, so you can just open these? Huh.
Wait, there's another one.
Does it actually say promo?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
I hate that. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I'm thinking of making a video talking about that interaction and just, you know, doing one of those videos I've been doing recently of just like talking about how some new cards from the set interact with things. Broken combo! I feel like that would make for a good video.
Still in chat?
I don't know. Amal, are you still here?
Because you should ask him, or we can ask him if he also experienced pulling rainbow foil equipment promos in the set. That's weird.
I agree.
I also really don't like that precedent.
Your first case had two Marvel Briar. Holy smokes. Was it the young or old Briar? Oh, yeah, you can get Rosetta in this. I completely forgot that just absolute banger card is in this set.
There were two open loads on Facebook. Good for those people. Never lucky.
Never lucky. Didn't get a Levia. Didn't get a Teklo. Never opened a Cold Foil Fable. Never was loved as a child. So unlucky. That's why I have to go to chat for validation in life. Truly unlucky. Yeah, you just have to complain about things and speak it into the universe, and then you'll get lucky. Oh! You got shirts? Do I get paid to wear them? No, I didn't, Hamal. Shoot me a link. Hamal, have you been opening these? Like, is this actually a thing? You open the promos of these in packs? What's the pull rate on those? Oh. I don't know, like how excited you were about that goblin. Oh, cold foil, well grounded.
Split cards. Rainbow foil in this set. Well, the split rainbow foils are. We've opened two. I think I have like 9 boxes in front of me.
Makes sense. I just don't really see very many impacts to begin with as it is, so.
And then there's like 3 of the promos in here. still could be that you fucked up.
Am I about to get a validate Kake? Sheesh.
I wouldn't be surprised if the rainbow foil split cards are like $1 because they're so rare.
Does anyone know if the Briar split card comes cold foil in the set? I imagine that looks really nice.
I don't even want to list these fucking stuff.
Okay, I'll get rid of this.
That's a normal rare. Fuck you.
That better? That's unfortunate. Maybe we'll get it as a promo at some point. Speak of the devil and it will appear. Holy smokes. See, you just have to will things into existence. That's all I'm saying. That was a double foil Majestic pack. That's cool.
I want to say like 5% of these foils are scuffed. That's way too high of a percentage.
Unlucky.
But then like only, I don't know, 1 in 10, like 10% of those are like I can't list them scuffed.
Mm-hmm.
Like the rest are like it's still technically near the scuffed.
Unlucky.
And
I guess that might make sense to do as an armory promo.
there's so many less. There's more prints than
So what do we got for reprints? Meet and greet.
Become or whatever it is.
Yeah, Become the Arcanight's a reprint. Chad, are there any other reprints at Runeblade? Just mono Runeblade cards? Brush off, definitely a Runeblade card. Thank you, guys. Listening skills on point. Not Become the Arcanite. Oath of the Arcanite. We said the wrong one.
Yeah, that's why I stopped myself.
Oh yeah, Consuming. Yeah. It's a good one. Got a foil electric magnetism. Bro. Yeah, Jimmy's just like sorting all the foils and everything, and he's noticing that the Runeblade pile is smaller. So I was like, oh, is it because Runeblade has more foil reprints? Because I can't actually think of any wizard ones. So that would make sense.
Can't think of wizard.
Yeah, can you think of any wizard reprints?
Yeah, the go again card.
Okay, so one.
Others.
Yeah, so the 1 for 4 go again, or 1 for 3, whatever the fuck it is.
1 for 4. Yeah.
Anything else, guys? Okay, so yeah, there's more reprints, so that would make sense for there to be less foils. I want to know if they adjust for that in non-foil collation to make up for the fact that there's theoretically less of that card circulating in drafts. So like, okay, so if a card comes doesn't come foil in the set, do they slightly increase the number of non-foils in the set to compensate for that? So that way you still get the correct amount in drafts comparatively to other cards. Because, like, for example, in heavy hitters, you know, if they didn't do something like that, you're getting less Wild Rides and Bear Fangs than people are getting their premier reds. I mean, sure.
Could be a balancing factor.
Also, sure.
It's like specifically Wild Ride and Bear Fang was a bit overpowered in this one.
Sure.
So having like 0.5% less or whatever would be hard.
All right, chat, hit me with some questions. The split card goblin. I was talking about that earlier already on the Prism thing. I don't know when that's coming out because I'm currently focusing on limited stuff. I want to in the next like week or two come out with some draft primers because we have an influx of new players. So I want to capture that and have some guides out that like they're gonna look at, and it kind of transitions like, hey, if extended art face purgatory. Where's Ricardo? I got a lot of new people to the channel because of the pre-release video. So the natural progression from that would be, you know, them playing draft, maybe going to the ProQuest season. So I want to make sure that there's some content that they can then go watch since they already subscribe to me for that kind of stuff. I just recorded a video for Patreon about it that I haven't posted yet, where it's talking about what my draft strategy is going to be as I learn the format, like how I'm going to go about learning the format and what my assumptions are going in and what I'm going to look at after games to what like looking for takeaways from games and everything. So that's going to be coming up soon. I just haven't decided what day I wanted to post it. I figured I shouldn't double post since I already posted something on YouTube today. It's crazy to think Aria and this set seem to be when we get influxes of new heroes. Well, it's kind of an exciting set, you know? I think MST was also that. MST, I feel like we had a bit of an influx of players, but not quite to this extent. It's a cool set. Like, people like the aesthetic of wizards and flashy things. Like, it's the kind of card design and classes that make the happy brain chemicals and make the monkey part of your brain go burr. You know what I mean? I get it. We're, you know, 3-block, 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 hammer for 4 doesn't necessarily spark joy in brand new people. Starting a new case now, so like fresh case.
I wonder if Rosetta is going to be like the Innistrad, where people are coming back. We're essentially return to Aria.
Sure.
And
I think the Monarch set would have been that, but then it was a fucking shitty set, and you couldn't draft it. Though the pre-release for that set was one of my favorite pre-releases I've ever been to. I really liked what they did. Yeah, if you wanted to learn to get better at draft, I'm going to be doing some stuff about that on the Patreon. I'm planning on uploading my drafts also on Patreon and doing like, if you ever watch like Magic People where they like LSV posts his like vintage cube drafts and stuff on the channel, I'm going to be posting that specifically just on the Patreon. Oh, Sigil of the Arc Knight! This is beautiful. Holy smokes. Focus? Thank you. Nope. Okay. Fuck me, I guess. There we go. Fucking beautiful. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a focus on draft stuff on the Patreon, and then making some guide content for draft on the channel. Just like the basics of how to draft if you're not like not super high level stuff. Just like, hey, these are the cards that you want for this hero. This is kind of basic ratios you might want, and this is some basic play patterns you're gonna look to do. Like, hey, maybe try to take some extended art truce. That's cool. I didn't know that came extended art.
There's a lot of extended parts of the set. I had to contact TCG Player last night to have them fix the entire catalog because none of the picture listings are correct.
What was I saying? So yeah, like basic entry point into draft kind of stuff, and then specifically post like my journey of learning the format on Patreon, partly to keep myself honest of making Patreon content, and also partly to make myself honest and actually do drafts because I have a problem of actually practicing. I'm bad about that. I like yapping about the game more than I like playing it sometimes. Don't know if I'll keep doing that. We'll see how people like that content. But if nothing else, I'm going to do it to keep myself honest for the season. And then I'm probably going to look towards spending more time on CC afterwards. I'm, like, also fine. Just, like, no matter what, I'm going to have to learn the draft format. So I'm kind of fine letting the other people kind of figure out the CC format and see where things start to settle before I spend time on it myself. Because I wasn't planning on exploring the new heroes anyways. So it's just tune the deck that I want to play towards the meta. Well, I need a meta to tune it towards, so. Unlucky, no Rosetta. Come on, man.
Thinking that the split cards are about one per case. So that's crazy. That's rare.
Yeah. And then I wanted to work on some content talking about, like, what deck people should play for the ProQuest season for Classic Constructed. And not, like, a tier list. That would be James Silver. Another one of the runaways and my roommate. Rosetta... Do and don't want Rosetta because yeah. Yeah, I mean I'm just getting all this to supply my locals with cards. What was I saying? Yeah, talk about like what I think that you should. Okay. If you watch content and make your deck decisions based on YouTubers, you kind of fall into a very specific demographic of what level of player you are. I feel like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to let a YouTuber dictate your decisions on what you're going to bring to your ProQuest, that kind of speaks to like, I'm not saying that person's bad, but I'm saying that's not like, oh, you're like a top pro player or something like that. You're not a runaway, a wolf pack, a 3 floating or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's you're in that specific demo of like an intermediate player, and you're trying to get a beat on like what's actually going on in the game, and you value someone else's opinion on what you should play. So I wanted to talk about like what decks I feel like people at that level of play should be playing. Like, hey, you know, this deck might be the best deck in format. Something like, you know, like let's take for example Dash IO. Dash IO might be the best deck in the game, but it's a very complicated deck to play with a very high skill ceiling, and you might not necessarily have the time in the span of 2 weeks to master Dash to the level that you would need to get your invite to the Pro Tour, if that is your goal. So it's going to be talking about like what decks I think are actually good for people to bring to give them themselves the highest chance possible of topping. Like, hey, this deck asks questions of your opponent that they have to answer. I'm going to suggest decks that put the onus on the other player rather than putting the onus on yourself. I'm not going to suggest someone play a deck where they have to play most of the game and their opponent is reacting to what they're doing, if that makes sense. What about Vibes Only Arachne? Like, it's not even going to be like, this is the meta. It's going to be like, I think you, the viewer, should play this deck. For example, like, I think you should play Azalea because it asks questions of the opponent. Or you should play this Fatigue deck because you're going to face a lot of people at these events that don't have any semblance of a plan into Fatigue. So you're going to pick up a lot of free wins off the basis of that. And there's a lot of decks like that in the game where you just pick up free wins because they don't have a plan for what you're doing. And you don't have to have the plan. It's all on them to have the plan. They have to figure it out, not you. Similar to the Azalea thing, it's like, hey, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. Like, you sat down with your deck saying, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z with my aggro deck, but then I read you multiple times in a row. How's that plan working out for you now? So, like, things like that, I think, are particularly strong at a ProQuest level. And it doesn't have to be an OTK deck. But that does ask the opponent, do they have a plan to beat OTK? Yeah, exactly. Though, probably not specifically 13. 369. Sometimes 13, I guess. Never mind, scratch that. Striker from the records. Yeah, it's like, I wouldn't recommend someone to play fucking Icelander if it's their first Pro Quest, you know what I mean? Back during Uprising. It's a fucking complicated-ass deck. It may be the best deck in the game, but that's a terrible recommendation to give to someone if they're new-ish to the game.
Yeah, several picked that up as their first deck and then dropped the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a couple new players come to our LGS, and I was like, hey, I know you like blue decks from Magic. You should learn the game first, then go play Icelander. I know you want to play Icelander, but I don't recommend it. And then they ignored my recommendation, picked up Icelander anyways, literally couldn't win a game to save their life, and then dropped the game because it was too hard. It's like, you just like literally did the dumbest thing possible. You picked up the hardest deck in the game to play, and then turns out Fab is also just a hard game to play on top of that. And you're playing a game that you're playing a deck that doesn't teach you the fundamentals of how to play Fab. Like, you are playing the game on a different axis than what Fab normally is about. So now you have an additional learning curve on top of that. I mean, at least in the case of Ultim, you can just, like, block and hammer. Like, yeah, I loved Icelander. I played Icelander when she first came out. I think I had the first, like, Icelander deck profile on YouTube. Like, broken control deck or something like that. And I topped multiple pro quests with her before anyone had figured out what to do with her. But, like, I play the fuck out of this game. I'm not going to tell someone else they should do that. Shit's complicated as fuck. That's just a recipe for failure for a new player. Bro, you're supposed to pitch the ice card. What are you doing? Clown activity. Man, it's been a minute since we've had a hit. Chat, give me your energy. I need some hits. Surprisingly, I've only opened 2 Rainbow Foil Legendaries. We are equal on extended art with Rainbow Foil Legendaries right now.
The Rune Ranger Swarm Red is the most expensive Rainbow Foil comp set at 40.
Weird.
If anyone wants those, we got like 100.
Whoa.
That's fun. So we probably like 30.
Yeah. Yeah, like KO is a great example of another deck that's like, hey, this is a good deck for learning the game. It teaches you a lot of good fundamentals of like attacking and blocking and math, how to play turn cycles, how to set up for damage stacking, how to think about your next turn based on how you're blocking and what you might happen after random draw discard. Like, I think KO is like actually one of the best decks to learn the game with. And it also gives you the high roll potential of a brute to punch above your weight when you're a new player against a more skilled opponent. Like, you can just try to luck sack them, which as a newer player you need that, because like otherwise you're just going to lose to the better player most of the time, and that's going to be really demoralizing and cause you to leave the game. And you need to feel like even if you lose, like there was a chance. If you never felt like there was ever a chance that you're going to win, why are you going to keep playing? I don't know, what decks do you think are good new player decks? Or what decks did you guys start with? Obviously, you guys know what I started with, which was probably the worst possible deck in the game to start with. It's a definite do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, I agree. KO has some good signpost cards of like what you're supposed to be doing at a given moment. Don't just say the name of the hero, because I asked you questions. Tell me if it's what you think people should start with, or if that's what you started with. Brother started with Rhinar? Oh my god, you poor sap. Oh my god. Oh, Sigil! You poor bastard. Learned between a rock and a hard place way, right? Finally got another legendary. Good last 2 packs in that box. That being said, Reiner's actually like a good deck for learning the game for a lot of the same reasons that I was saying with KO. I wrote an article for FabRec like over a year ago talking about like why the WTR heroes are some of the best heroes in the game for learning the game. That's weird. I keep getting boxes where like all of them are inverted. One pack is inverted in this one. We'll find out in a second. Stay tuned for next time on Dragon's Ball Pit. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Multiple of them are inverted. The fuck? Bro, what is this quality control? This is nonsense. Yeah, so like all the different WTR heroes teach you a different skill in Fab that is fundamental to playing the game. So I always recommend the WTR heroes for people learning the game. I think the heavy hitters heroes though kind of replaced that. Just I'm you but better type of thing. And I think they have more moments in their turn-to-turn play that are engaging and make the happy brain chemicals. What about Lexi?
Betsy.
Betsy.
I think Betsy.
Sure, I was thinking about Victor, but yeah. In my brain, I was just thinking about the good ones. There's only 3 heroes in that set. Yeah. Yeah, you're talking mad shit over there. Listen, you just gotta play some Betsy and beat him. Then afterwards be like, you're talking mad shit for someone that just got lost a wager. Kind of going back number comments because this has been very rambly. Goblin talking about Viscerai. I really want them to make for Viscerai what they made for Azalea with Half Glove. I really want them to make a either an offhand or gloves, like either of these things, where it's a just like a way to not get completely fucked when you get warmongered. The one that I had in mind was again, Felling of the Crown, like gloves or something, and you can discard an attack and a non-attack to create 4 rune chants, and rune chants this turn get the text on Revel and Runeblood where you use it or you lose it. So you can't use it on turn 0 to just make 4 rune chants and call your opponent a clown. And make it like an instant or something. Instant that you can only do during your action phase type of thing. It'd be like funny wording, but I think something like that would be really good to have. Ooh, got a cold foil bruised leather. Just a tool for Runeblade to get out of... no, it's not just Quillhand, because Quillhand is sack it, make 2 rune chants. I'm saying something that lets you convert the cards into your hand into damage. It is worse than Quillhand, but when you're under Warmongers, any way to convert your cards into value is still good. That is what I said. Oh. You lost that wager. I think it's just add in some auras and iris and just call it a day. Or go all in on Ooga Booga Herald Rapture plan, which is not what I would like to be doing. I don't think that's strong enough. I think I'd rather just play a different hero at that point. She's got 3 specs. Broken. My god, look how many Majestics Viscerai has, and he's still not good. I need to talk to Yuanji later and see if he wants to do a video talking about Viscerai and Vincent. I want to wait like a little bit longer and see if they end up doing anything, and because it's so early in the meta. But just like a video with them to being like, hey, they got so many things out of this set. If they're still not good, what the fuck do they need? Like, what are we doing here?
I think Viscerai is playable. So.
But if he isn't, then what does he need? Like, he may be a viable deck, like a legal deck that you can bring to a tournament, but if it's not good, it's not good.
No,
So
I think he's like, I think he could win.
he's got so many cards. And he's got so many cards this set. If this didn't push him into the stratosphere, what will? Like, how many cards do we need to print for Viserai before he becomes a good deck again? You know what I mean? That's the video. I gotta see if he wants to do that though. I think Guardian weapons are perfectly fine. I don't think the weapon is the problem with Betsy. A different hammer doesn't solve any of Betsy's problems. Betsy... Let me articulate this for a second in my brain. The new card that she got goes a long way to solving her problems, because she... The thing is with Betsy is, why would you play her over Bravo? Bravo functionally does the same thing, and you could argue Bravo... Oh, that's the card that Ethan wanted. Gotta see if he still wants this. Extended art foil, Call to the Grave. So, what was I saying? The difference is what the hero ability targets and their card pool. And Betsy actually targets more cards than Starvo, but Bravo has better cards. He's got Crippling Crush. He's got what's the other one called? Not Cranial. Starstruck. You've got these like ridiculously powerful Guardian cards, and if you decide to play Betsy, you lose those. So, okay, well, what do we have if we play Betsy? Not any fucking good cards, that's for sure. The thing that you get is you can use your hero power not on Guardian cards. You can use it on some other things, which, you know, it can potentially be good. Like getting to use it on, like an Erase Face or something. That could be relevant in a particular format. But just basically, like, giving her some more tools to be disruptive or generate value, I think is what she needs. Like, she could just go a different direction than the other Guardians, where it's not about the disruption and it's just about the value. You look at Victor, he plays a value game instead. How many cases are we on? I'm on case number 5 right now, because there's 5 plus this left, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. This is the halfway-ish point. Can Bravo give it to generic cards? Is there anything for him to target? Yeah, so he can't actually target shit. Like, what are you fucking targeting? I have not seen it IRL yet. I saw the Briar, though. Orc Knight opened the Briar at the world premiere, and then Charles ended up buying it. But yeah, giving Betsy distinctly different card pool choices from Bravo that let her attack the metagame on a different axis, I think, is what would make her better. Or giving her an identity that is different than the other Guardians on offer. And I don't really know what different identity she could take that's different than Bravo and Victor. You've got one that's disruptive. You've got one that's value. Both of them can play kind of a fatigue strategy if they want. I don't think Betsy really plays into that very well. Yeah, I think he wanted it for the sentimental. Oh, we got cheesed so hard. We went to the prize wall to get one of the sheets of uncut cold foil heroes. I asked if they had any more in the back. They said no. Then put out a better one than the one we bought. Got juiced so fucking hard. Fuck the prize wall people. And then they put out the Tekla one after that. What does Valdo do in Blitz? I don't follow Blitz.
Draw
Oh, true. Yeah, you could lean into that identity. Yeah, the lean into the chess piece and stuff. Yeah, that'd be cool. But that's like an Earth thing more so, right?
I wonder if they're going to do these archetypes for the bright lights guardian second wave next year. That's draftable.
The Tekla one was literally just 9 Marvel Tekla Vossens of the like $1,000 Marvel from that set. There's just 9 of those. Got fucked so hard. And then they also put one out after that that had the Rosetta on the sheet. Got fucked so hard. Got another cold foil hat. Never trust the prize wall people again.
Pretty well, first time I've done that.
Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I think that would be a cool identity for her to lean into, and like, or at least us get a Guardian that does that. Leans into that identity differently. Because us having like multiple heroes in the same niche is kind of silly. Oh, good for your friend on Verdance. Speaking of Betsy. Julian, you want these? I do think this card's very good. I just don't think it's enough to make her good. Also, still very hard for a Guardian to exist right now with Enigma being as good as she is right now. I will check my pile in a second for a reverse foil, though I don't think I opened any. Nope. Oh, yeah, I guess that could be the identity that they were trying to lean into with her, where it's the like the Aura Guardian, the towering Titan style of Guardian. That's fair. That's also bad. No, Yu-Gi-Oh! I forget what it was called in Yu-Gi-Oh! Reverse foil is what? Pokemon?
Yu-Gi-Oh!
My thoughts on Tyler Horsepool's deck list is we were already doing that for Nationals and dropped it because we couldn't win the mirror. And it also didn't beat Zen. So we were just like, oh, what's the point of this deck? It's a very good strategy. I need to make a video on it at some point. But the value of Refractor with Spectral Manifestations is ridiculous. The idea is, if you guys don't know, is you play Spectral Manifestations, you make your guy, you swing with Refractor for your floating resource because it's going to get the cost reduction from your hero power. So you play a blue, you pitch a blue, you play the manifestations, and you swing. You get 5 plus however many counters are on your manifestation. And then next turn, you just block out with all of your cards. And then you use your Tunic counter to swing again. So it ends up becoming a lot of times a 2-card 17. And then you just do it again a few turns later. And you just like have these ridiculous value turns over the course of the game. It's very oppressive and very hard to deal with. We originally were exploring it when the meta was more about beating KO. It was very good at beating KO. Charles was originally the one that came up with the idea. Charles is so good at coming up with creative ideas on decks. He also came up with a cute cash-out version of Enigma before people were doing that in Blitz. Guy's a fucking genius when it comes to deck brewing. I think he's like legitimately the best deck brewer in the entire game. What's my opinion on the Cerebellum? Is that the item that draws and you like crank it and stuff? Card's bananas. I'm gonna be having Mara on the channel at some point to be doing a video like I just did with Tarek and Majin talking about Dash.io. We just haven't scheduled it yet. I'm debating on doing it sooner rather than later. I was planning on doing it closer to the release of the deck coming out, but now I'm thinking I should just do it sooner because we're probably only missing like the gloves if we get gloves. So whatever. I should just do it sooner rather than later and not wait for other people doing the video. What did I just do? I just fucked this up. Put this here. Put this here. Put these here. Put this here. Okay, figured it out. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Yeah, that was like I started doing some content like that because when Flake left the Fab community, I his podcast and M&R were like the two things that I listened to, and that was like my favorite content to absorb, just like listening to other players whose opinions I respect in the game just yap about something. And when he left, kind of left a void in the market, and I didn't want to fill that void because it felt disrespectful of just like, oh well, now that he's not doing it, I'm just going to take his market share. That felt shitty to me. But then we went so many months without anyone filling that hole in the market, where I'm like, okay, now at this point, I want to do it just on the basis of I want this content. Like as a consumer, I want this content. So fine, I'll fucking do the work to get the content. Do I have a prediction for the calling, like a general meta or a deck that could win? Not really. To be honest, we are so early in the meta that like meta predictions this early on, I think, are fucking ridiculous. Like everyone and their mother making the tier lists over the past like couple weeks. I think it's so fucking clown making all these tier lists. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, you cannot tell me that week -1, you know what the fuck the meta is. That is absolutely ridiculous. And it's one thing saying it where it's like, I just think these decks might seem powerful, but I just think the tier list content is really disingenuous this early on, and it's just farming views a lot of the times, and I really don't like that stuff. I'd rather just say, hey, I don't know. I don't know what's good right now. No one does. Why would I say that I know something that no one else does and just lie to my viewer? I think there are some powerful things going on in the game right now. Yeah, it's YouTube clickbait. I hate that shit. Like Aurora seems very powerful. I think both of the Earth heroes seem like they have legs. They need more proving out, and I'm curious if the counter is this the first Arc Lightning we've gotten? Holy shit. And I think that the counterplay to the Earth heroes might be a bit much for them to overcome. I think Enigma looks really good, but like I think if I was to play today, Enigma seems like the best deck in format. But I'm fully expecting after a while Enigma to have the same cycle she had last time, where it's holy shit, Enigma's broken. Okay, never mind. Everyone figured out how to beat Enigma. She's not that good anymore. The meta adjusted for her. So like saying she's S tier it feels disingenuous to me. I think the meta's gonna adjust to her. Got a Lightning Greaves. I think Brute looks like it has potential, but we got to see how the meta breaks out. And if these fatigue decks are strong, I'm not sure if Brute can beat that because these call blessings, count your blessings decks are very good into mid-rangey decks, and Brute is typically a pretty mid-rangey deck, so that might push them out of the meta. I think a lot of the meta is going to get warped around the fact that there are people playing these count your blessings decks. So even if it's not the best thing you can be doing, you have to play a deck that has play into them. Got a foil Felling of the Crown. I mean, that's also a thing of people not using S tier like an actual S tier, but that's a whole separate thought. I'm just yapping about people doing tier list content week -1 when this people literally couldn't get the product for another full week. That's like absolutely ridiculous in my mind. Nobody knows. Like, what else is there? I don't think Acilio has legs. right now. Yeah, he physically does not actually have legs. I gave my opinion on Kano in my video with Majen, and even after this weekend, my opinion hasn't changed. I think that Kano is back in that spot of you gotta respect Kano, and if you don't respect Kano, he can come in and punish people for not respecting him. I think he's back in the same place, like as a dredge deck. Like if you play Magic at all, like dredge is this deck where if people are bringing in sideboard cards for dredge, it's dredge has a hard time. Yeah, which is kind of weird to me with it being a wizard set. You would think people would have AB and damage prevention and stuff, but I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know the story of that tournament. I don't think Reinar has any ability to beat a one of those decks. Who said that? Drew. I think that you are 100% wrong. In fact, I think that directly counters Reinar. The whole value proposition of Reinar into fatigue decks is stranding your opponents with cards that they wanted to defend with. You know what's fucking crazy? I'll just block on your turn with them by gaining life. I was gonna do this anyways. And then I'm going to get out of range of your kill potential at the end of the game. Because Reinar is bad at pushing damage. He has a couple turns during the game that he actually like gets to go above rate, and the rest of the game he's a very bad KO deck. Ocilio legs? We just said he doesn't have legs. Oh! I'm trying to think what else is even in the meta. I don't really think Guardian is playable unless the aggro decks are good enough to push Enigma out. Dash.io looks fucked up, to be honest. Dash.io, I think it's going to be like a question of which aggro deck is the best aggro deck between Dash.io, Aurora, or potentially something else. I think Vincent and Viserai are just a step behind and line up poorly into the current what is good. If you had asked me week -1, I would have said both of them seem very good because I've played 0 games and don't know what I'm talking about. But as we see, it's not proving out to be the case. These imagine making a negative week 1 tier list and then everyone starts playing Count Your Blessings and you didn't predict that. Because how could you week -1? Like you don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, I think they're playable decks. I think that if you brought them to an event, it's not like you brought pre-Outsiders Azalea and you're a clown for bringing this deck. They're reasonable decks. And they're asking your opponent a question of, do you have a game plan to beat this strategy? But that's the thing. There are strategies that line up pretty well into what both of them are trying to do. And it's mostly a knowledge check on the opponent on if they know how to execute it properly. Yeah. Am I missing anything that's like relevant? Oh, foil germinate. But yeah, like in the blind, I would say Dash.io after the Armory deck is one of the best decks. Aurora's very good, Enigma's very good. Some sort of defensive deck is probably very good. It's a question of which one is the best. Yeah, Verdant seems good, but Is Verdant's going to be good if we start seeing fatigue decks also playing Poison the Well? I don't know. Do you?
0 for 20 is good.
Yeah. And like all the proposed best aggro decks are not optimized right now, and that's a really big deal. The difference between an optimized and an unoptimized aggro deck is night and fucking day. I mean, if it's only getting 2 life, then I'm just going to pitch it for later. Like, I'm going to play a fatigue deck into you. I'm going to take no damage, and I'm going to force you to combo. You have to combo me to win this game. And then I'm just going to poison you when you try to go for the combo at the end of the game. Maybe there's counterplay on the Verdant side to that. Like, maybe they can respond to the poison or something, but I don't know. Oh, yeah, there's also new. She might see play.
With Cat Club.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't actually know if Count Your Blessings is a positive impact on the game. Look at the message from Julian. Just what context is this? Sure, but now we're tanking the damage of your combo because you have to spend a card on the instant, and I think it costs 1.
Count Your Blessings cost 2.
Aetherize. We're just talking about something else. Like, can you OTK me through me poison the welling you having to aetherize the poison the well, and then me still just ABing as much as possible and maybe having an oasis somewhere in there? Like, maybe, but is unless it's guaranteed you win, I don't know if that's the world that I really want to live in as the Verdants. Sure. Sure, I could definitely see that. Well, once again, I don't know. It's very presumptuous of me to say something. Oh yeah, Verdant's S tier. Verdant's, I think, is going to win the calling or something like that. When like I don't have the answers to this shit. And it's also like a matter of like pride isn't the right word. It's like integrity of my messaging. Of when I say something, I want you guys to listen. I want you guys, if I say something, to just go, I hear you, and you at least know that I definitely think this is the truth. I could be wrong, but you at least, you know that I think it's the truth. And if I give out content where I'm just saying outlandish things that, like, there's no way I could prove that out, it devalues my future messaging. I'd rather have that consistency of messaging where you know that this is my truth, at least. You know what I mean? I don't know if I articulated that in a way that you guys understand, but no psyopsing from me, essentially, is what I'm saying. If I say Kano's fucked up and really should have Wildfire banned, I'm not just saying that. I think that is the truth. If I say, hey, MST format is some butt cheeks. Maybe we should look at that and go, hey, he's not just saying that to get views. He's not just clickbaiting people. He actually means it. If I say MST, though, is the best draft format I've ever fucking seen, okay, he fucking means it. I'm not just gassing up random things. What I've seen so far for Ocilio, it does not seem like the deck is very good. Like, it seems like it is missing something to reach its potential, if that makes sense. It's just not quite there yet, which is fine. It seems like a deck that folds to being respected as a deck. And it also loses really fucking hard to disruption. And we're currently in a format that disruption is very good. We have a ton of decks in the meta that don't want to get disrupted. So things like Erase Space, Weakest Link, CNC are at a premium right now. So he's just like catching strays by these other decks being good. Yeah, sure. But that might have crossed the line where now he's too fucking good. Or still irrelevant because Kano exists. He might be in a space where he's just bad until Kano's gone. Hey, DM Armada, what's up? I mean, for what it's worth, I think that if a deck like Ocilio being good, I don't think is healthy for the game. It is not the type of deck that positively impacts the game, if that makes sense. Oh, thanks for joining, man. What do I think of new in the current meta? I think she potentially has some legs. Maybe even thighs. If we see these aggro decks that are weak to disruption doing good, she's got legs. She could also potentially be Count Your Blessings deck. If it's your cost curve, I described that in the video where you go 2 cost into, you go dagger into, oh my god, I just fucked this up so hard. This goes here. Anytime I open like an actual hit, it fucks up my pack maintenance. You go dagger into disruptive, 2 cost attack into Count Your Blessings, and it fits your cost curve nicely. Or you could go a 1 cost plus Count Your Blessings, like for example, Death Touch or something like that. Death Touch. Man, I wish I had that soundbite. That would have been a fucking fantastic soundbite. Okay. It's not the same. Not the same.
Literally could be the same.
Oh, true. Wait, hold on. You're cooking.
Over and over again.
Death Touch. What was I saying though? Like, let's say Aurora is really good. It could potentially be good there. But then again, Aurora as a deck doesn't fold to disruption nearly as hard as Zen does, where you're... I'm going to get back to that question in a second, DM, Armada. Decks like Zen are multiplicative scaling damage decks, where the more cards they have, the more value they get per card. Where you look at an average deck in Flesh and Blood, they typically get 3 to 3.5 value per card. A multiplicative scaling damage deck like Zen, they might have scaling that works like this, where their 2-card hand is only worth 4 value. Their 3-card hand is worth 7, 8 value. Their 4-card hand, okay, we're finally getting close to rate. We're at 11 value. Their 5-card hand jumps to 15. Okay, things escalated. Now we're at a 6-7 card hand, we end up getting 4 to 5 points of value per card. So these decks typically are very soft to disruption because reducing the number of cards they have access to significantly reduces the total output they can have per turn. A deck like Aurora, that might not necessarily be the case, where yes, her value goes down, but at the end of the day, a 0 for 4 is still a 0 for 4 is still a 0 for 4. Like, it's not like, oh shit, my engine doesn't work anymore. Whatever. I'll just have a 2-0 for 4s in Arsenal Pass. Whatever. I talked about it a little bit earlier on Count Your Blessings. I don't think it's good for the game. I think I've talked at length in the past about how I don't really like fatigue decks. I think that they are typically pretty negative for the game. I think having fatigue as a viable strategy within the game to counter specific decks is a good thing. I think fatigue being a meta deck is a bad thing, though. Like when Oldhim fatigue was a meta deck, I don't think that's good for the game. I think when Oldhim, I think when okay, here's a good example. I think when Pablo brings Fatigue Bravo with Fiendel's Fighting Spirit Blues and shit like that to beat Lexi to target a very specific meta, I think that's a good thing. But if you told me that Bravo deck was the meta, well, now it becomes targeted and is not good anymore. And I think that's fine. But yeah, like the combination, like you kind of got there a second ago, the card draw. The combination of the card draw getting banned and us getting these 2 new very powerful fatigue tools, I think is dangerous. I think so long. Ooh, got a Barkskin. It's fine so long as it's not the meta. If it is the meta, I don't like that. I think I don't know. I'm concerned that this set they're still struggling to find that middle ground of fab balance. We went from nothing matters except for getting 3 points per card math format to nothing matters except for having your 50 damage funny turn to nothing matters gain 9 life potentially. And if that's what happens, that's not great. I want to see us get back to a metagame that was closer to the power level gameplay of Outsiders. I think that was like a really moment in Fab. Everyone bitched about Lexi. Sure, Lexi was powerful. Maybe tone down Lexi a smidge. But I think the overall power level of the game and the gameplay of the games was good. That was kind of a rambly way of answering that, but I hope that Count Your Blessings is not meta, is the short answer. I don't know if it will be. Illusionist kind of poops on it. We might see these aggro decks get more efficient as time goes on. I mentioned that earlier. We're very early on. The aggro decks are not efficient. It is night and day once aggro decks start figuring out how to optimize their decks. It can very easily flip the matchup. Maybe the aggro decks figure out how to play the matchup without changing anything in their deck. It's just better game planning. Maybe they have a sideboard package that poops on it. Maybe they have a particular game plan that they just need to execute. And then all of a sudden, it's like just not even a real factor in meta anymore. Are you big Count Your Blessings stan, Sigma? I didn't see what you saw, what you said, so. Or I did and I don't remember. I'm a one-head. Bear with me.
One, two, three, four. Forehead.
Forehead. Forehead. Forehead. I fucking love Carolina. I called Carolina a 5-head once, like over text, and then she sent me a video where she put her fingers up to her head to measure the length of her forehead with her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Forehead, forehead, forehead. I'm not a 5-head. I was just like, damn. I didn't know it was that serious. But also, that was pretty one-head of you to send that.
Sounds like something like 6-head would say.
Oh, sheesh. Got another sigil of Findel. We're at a playset of this sigil specifically. Weird.
Is that the shitty game life one?
Yeah. You missed me talking about Enigma a few minutes ago. I am worried that might happen, like we saw with the Zen format, where Zen's banned. We're so back. We're so back. Wait a minute. Agrodex figured out how to beat us again. We're so dead. We're so dead. I'm concerned that that's going to happen again with her. Not really. I'm not looking for anything specific. I'm just opening to fill the coffers of my locals right now. I supply them with singles. Help get the community going and everything.
Singles near you.
Yeah.
Hot singles.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no. Cold singles. Cold.
True. Oh, I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
Instead of answering your question, Celivis, go watch the video I just made. I explain why it is good. It is not a strict math thing behind the card. I'm not saying that it is necessarily good or a problem, but it could be. Dense blue mist is not the answer, my friend. Cannot save you. Bro, where's my Rosetta cold foil? Wait, it's right here. I keep trying the will it into existence thing. It's not working.
I could use the Rosetta cold foil. That would be nice. And then
Well, that doesn't work. You're sorting. You're not opening. You can't will anything to existence over there.
That's not true. You could have like missed it.
True. I am pretty dumb. Yeah, like the combination of the card draw leaving and the life gain entering. Cody Williams put it an interesting way the other night, also, when I was in Discord. He described its place in the current meta as being pretty cringe, where it's a game of phone tag or whatever, where it's who got the message last, because all these cringe life gain decks aren't actually good. They are not actually good. And they lose very hard when people decide they're not going to lose to it. If they just say, in my deck building, I have a plan for this, I refuse to lose to this. But if the meta goes, okay, well, because people are playing all this anti-life gain stuff, I'm just not going to play the life gain thing anymore. Well, now you look like a clown for wasting sideboard slots. So then people stop playing the sideboard because no one's playing the life gain anymore. Then people play the life gain again, and it becomes this weird game of who's the last one to find out what the correct meta is, and that's kind of cringe. You're just like making a guess on what the meta is today. There's no way to actually know that, which weirdly feels like how Pokemon is sometimes.
Yep.
Is this week fire or is this week water?
Arcane Polarity is the only card at generic common that comes rainbow foil.
Are there just no other generic commons other than brush off?
Yeah, brush off, equipment. If I don't have any other cards in the file.
I was saying about this on the car ride earlier when I was listening to M&R. I think that was a card that Dromai would have played if it was legal back then. Arcane Polarity.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Not counting your blessing. That would have been bad from us. Get copy.
True.
Sounds bad.
And then the Nombos with your burn them all, you just banish them. Keck. Arcane Polarity, the gain 1 or gain 4. I think that would have seen play in Dromai. Like maybe over Oasis or Sandcover. And you could just like, in theory, just play it in your main board. You don't have to, like, you could still technically bring it in to decks that don't do Arcane and just play it as a red gain 1 go again. Like, that's not the most unreasonable thing in the universe. Ooh, wait. This guy's brain is massive. Ping yourself with Asvali, so that way you get the +4 off. Oh. You have the entirety of all of the brain cells in chat right now.
Turn it into a spindle.
Oh my god, you're cooking so hard. Chef Mark.
We're in the final stretch.
Yeah. We got 4 cases left.
Oh,
yeah. That's nothing next to Hamal. I don't know how he does that.
I mean,
oh!
If people buy more singles from us, we'll do more opening.
That's true. There was more that we could get also if we wanted. Part of me does want to play Aurora. I do like me a good old 0 for 4.
Playing Ball Briar without the balls.
Instead of Ball Sting, you got the new thing, Flicker. What is it called? Arc. Instead of the Sting Ball, you got Arc Flick. Mm-hmm. I haven't played Fab since the world premiere. Oh no, actually I played an Armory or 2 plus the pre-release. That's disingenuous. I've just been on the content grind, as you guys have seen. Yeah, like I said before, anyone that wasn't here, check out the Patreon. $5 a month. It legitimately helps you make more content. So if you guys want more videos, the more money I'm making on Patreon, the more I'm able to skew my work-life balance towards making more content. It genuinely does help me make more stuff. And at some point, I'm hoping that I can hire an editor so that way I can make even more content because I'm doing all of it myself. And there's a bunch of really cool stuff that I want to make, but is ridiculously time-consuming, so it's hard to work on all these things. Yeah, I have like a couple fun series that I wanted to work on. What has everyone in chat been playing, though, in CC? What have you guys been playing? What's everyone cooking with? Does it actually beat Enigma? Levia, I forgot about that earlier when we were talking about decks. Levia looks really strong. That reminds me, I need to make a tweet at some point just to piss off Ethan. It's not just written out, it's not spelled the same way. It's pronounced Levia, not Levia or something like that. But like the spelling is the same on both of them, but he'll know what it means.
We'll just be like in chat for hours. Ethan will just be there lurking, saying nothing. One person will mispronounce her name, and he'll correct them, and then go back to being muted.
What 3 decks? I'm guessing Prism Kano. Oh, hold focus. Hocus Focus. I actually thought the name of this was Hocus Focus when I first saw it. My brain autofilled.
Wait,
It's Hold Focus.
I can't read that. I don't believe you.
That's fair. You can't. I agree. Unlucky. Damn, Drew, you playing all the decks. Holy smokes. Tekken. Yeah, I've been playing Genshin and Star Rail instead. I only spend so much time on Fab. New do have the thighs. All right, chat. I have something I need to admit to you guys. I'm not actually a feet guy. I'm more of a thigh guy. It's all just an elaborate meme. I'm sorry that I've let down your expectations of me. Oh my god, fucking speaking of bands, holy shit, Magic. Oh my god. Those EDH bands are so clown. Yeah, we're gonna ban these cards because they're a little too powerful, but, you know, Soul Ring's fine. Okay. Also, go look at the price graphs for Jeweled Lotus. Go on TCG Player and look at the price graph of Jeweled Lotus. I'll wait. I mean, watching Alia hides her feelings in Russian, the first episode might have awoken a small feet fetish in me. That first episode was cooking. I was like, hold on. Maybe they're onto something. Royal Dawnblade? Bro, you're cooking so hard. I think it was all but 2 printings of Jeweled Lotus, maybe 3 printings, have tanked in price slowly over the past 3 months. Interesting. I don't know if something has happened in recent time for Magic that would have caused that to happen, but interesting. All that's making me think of, though, is, God, who the fuck was it that was talking shit on me for doing a buyout for, like, Light of Soul or something like that with Prism? So clown. Literally, my my pre-release card was coming out the next day or something like that, or maybe it was the set was coming out the next day. I forget what it was, but I went to my LGS Webway and I was like, "Oh yeah, I still don't physically own all the Marvel Angels. I should probably get on top of that." I'm the entire circus. Like, yeah, I'm doing buyouts when I still haven't even finished foiling out my own deck. Okay.
I did just buy out some Pokemon cards.
Oh, huge.
Not meta relevant cards.
What do you mean, Articuno? What was it? Little EX?
Yeah, original 2004 Little EX Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos in promos. I just bought those out. So if you need them, I have all of them. Very relevant.
Huge.
They have like some fucking art too.
You know what's actually not like that much of a cook right now? Royal Aurora with the Arc Lightning combo. That's like really good. I think it's worth a sideboard slot at least for Aurora. Extended Art Tree.
Are there no other headpieces that can give go again?
Not that I can think of. But it also like nets you resource.
Okay. You know, like have a headpiece that does something maybe.
Team meeting time. Banana time, Julian.
The banana testers will probably get more useful knowledge by just listening to us ramble than having a team.
That's rude, but oh, you were saying that the decks that you were playing that got hit in the ban. I forgot that I asked that. My bad. All right, sell me on Royal Dory. Back then, anyways. Yeah, those bans were just like Magic Yu-Gi-Oh bans, where it's like, hey, we're gonna print these cards that are staples at a high rarity, so you have to buy them if you want to stay competitive. Then we're gonna reprint them a bunch. Then we're gonna ban them. Like, I realized it's not the exact same people doing this, this policy stuff, but it's still stupid. And it's like, who is asking for these bans? Like, Rule Zero exists for a reason. That I could not imagine ever spending money on expensive Magic cards for that format again after that. Like, the buyer confidence is completely gone now. You just evaporated like millions of dollars from people from the world. Like, how can you ever attempt to sell an expensive commander card again?
Jesse sent me a picture of like negative $20,000 or something. All of the cards, play sets, which I don't know why you make play sets in Commander.
Multiple decks.
Max rarity. Bro, Counting Blessings Blue, we have so many less of them.
That might be on purpose.
It is a pretty dog shit in draft.
Another channel tree. Yeah, that ban frustrated the fuck out of me. Magic has just turned into everything that I hated about Yu-Gi-Oh! Except for it's even worse because there's also the no cohesion of your own IP anymore. So what made Magic has just fucking eroded into nothing. It's makes me so upset watching it because I fucking love Magic. So it's the like anger from a place of love. And seeing them just butcher the game that I loved for most of my life is so depressing. And it's like, how is it every couple weeks it's some new thing making Magic shitty? Just constantly new shitty things. And it's funny too, because like every time there's a down season for Fab, I go look over at Magic and I'm like, well, maybe I'll fuck around in Magic again. Like, I have some time to kill. Maybe I'll look at Magic. And then it's just some new dumpster fire going on in Magic, and I just go, all right, never mind, I guess, and go back to Fab. I think they're actually going to get some of my money for once, because they have the Final Fantasy collab coming, so I might get some stuff for that, just to have it, because I love Final Fantasy. Damn, I just lost so many viewers off of talking about Magic. Holy shit. Yeah, I just lost like 15 viewers talking about Magic. Whatever. I don't care.
There are half as many in blue as there are red and yellow individually.
I can't believe he talks shit about Magic. I'm unsubscribing today. I'm resubscribing and then unsubscribing. I'm gonna get my family to subscribe and unsubscribe. That'll teach him. Whatever, man. I don't fucking care. Case Rodori is against decks that doesn't really have on hits, then you sacrifice 2 armor for pure value on cash-in, and sometimes get a second cash-in off of Spoils of War. Specifically against Droma, you're guaranteed 4 more copper. So it's like matchups where the onus is on you to win the game. Is that how I'm interpreting it? Brute Ninja matchups where you didn't really need to do armor. Yeah, but at least those are still like legal in other formats. That they will support Living Legend more as time goes on. At least like you're gonna have somewhere to go play those things.
Literally printing Living Legend on cards every set.
So let's not talk about the current state of Living Legend right now. That's gonna need a video at some point. I hope they do bans before Worlds. Literally an unplayable format. Oh, got a cold foil Rotwood Reaper. That's cool.
I don't know how I feel about the cold foils not being armory promos, but in the set now.
If you don't know, basically in Living Legend right now, the best thing you can be doing is amp the fuck out of Kraken's Aether Vein and draw 1,000,000 cards. And just shit on your opponent. I don't know what people are doing with all these cards that they're drawing. I haven't looked that deep into it, but... Yeah, that sucks, Intro. I'm sorry. I can't say that the Art of War ban was wholly unexpected. Like, all the other ones, though, were kind of out of left field. I personally... I still need to make that video. Maybe I just do it while I'm doing this. No, I want to make a dedicated video about it. I want to edit it and shit, and not just do a highlight. But I personally have some problems with the BNR update that they did. I think that the bans that they did were good bans. I have no complaints about what actually happened. I think, and them doubling down on their commitment to make Fab a high agency game where you're rewarded for the decisions that you make was very good to hear. I really liked hearing about that. I really don't like the fact that functionally that ban list was an emergency ban list. I understand why they did it. It was really bad optics for the brand new set Rosetta, and it was probably going to hurt sales. And them just making a statement saying that we hear you, Zen won't be broken anymore, wasn't enough for the social media outcry. I understand why they did it, but functionally it was an emergency ban list. And I played a lot of card games over the years, and emergency ban lists are a scary thing, and I don't want there to be a precedent for them doing that in the future. I think that's really unhealthy for the game and unhealthy for buyer confidence, which is kind of what I was talking about with the EDH ban. It's bad for the consumer confidence that they can hold cards. Like, can you imagine trying to hold onto not reserve list cards now that are expensive in EDH and only playable in EDH? Like, why would you ever do that? It's just further pushing EDH into being a proxy format. Why would I ever want to own cards when they could just ban all of the money I put into the format? Yes, it was going to be October 1st, and I know that because that's my birthday, and I was planning on doing a 24-hour stream that day and doing, like, making a whole thing out of it and celebrating Zen getting banned. Surprise, it's tomorrow. What? And I was, like, in the middle of doing yard work at my mom's house when I found out. I was like, what the fuck? And it, like, really fucked my planning of things because, you know, I want to make a whole fucking video about the thing, but I'm literally not home. I get home with, like, a handful of hours before I have to leave for the world premiere. I just don't have a chance to make this content now, which sucks. But that's whatever. That's, like, content creator problem, which is not, like, real problem. Oh, got another Lightning Greaves. And a foil life. That was a good pack. What did you say, Intra? Living Legend sounds terrible, though. They need to errata. Yeah, I agree. Or just ban it.
Wait,
I think prior to this, Living Legend was my favorite format of all time in Flesh and Blood.
wait, we have so many fancy Kraken Aether veins. We need to show them.
Oh, wait.
How could we forget?
Wait, this is huge.
This is huge.
Wait, hold on. Calculating. Hold on. All right, all you Living Legend gamers out there, you need to buy these from me.
Like all the way back.
Oh.
Gold.
I bought out Steve Argyle at, like...
PT1.
Was it PT1? I thought it was before that. It was one of the first big events. He had artist proofs, and they were way underpriced, so we bought them out. Keck.
We also have number 1.
They're for sale. Anyone want artist proof Kraken's Aether Veins to flex on people when they draw 17 cards?
Yeah, he physically does not have any more, so if you randomly wanted that, good luck.
I need to stew on what you just said, Entra. I think if anything with Prism. Okay, I'm gonna take this one at a time. Prism. Something needed to be done about Prism. I will be the first to say that the state Prism was in was incredibly unhealthy. And I personally just wanted them to ban Arclight and just be done with it. Which, if anything, is more of a delete the archetype than what they did. You can still attempt to do this strategy now. You just can't draw, like, literally 10 cards in one turn and put 5 Spectra or 4 Spectra on the table in a single turn. And create an unwinnable board state for your opponent. I don't think they could leave Prism alone. So, you tell me, what do you hit in Prism other than either of those cards? And leave the archetype alive. I think that was the single best ban they could have done if they didn't want to hit Arclight. As far as Kano goes, what got deleted? The pitch stack archetype? You can still do the pitch. Like, there's no archetype of Kano that got banned. It's just not as easy to do it, and it's harder to oops into it, and the pitch stack strategy is harder now. You can still do the thing, it's just harder. I'm not saying that the ban doesn't hurt, but what archetype got deleted? Bond's ban is deleted an archetype. I'm not disputing that one. Or at least rewording how Bonds was, I think, was the play. Where I think if they made Descendant Gust Wave function like Whelming Gust Wave, where it needed the previous chain link to do the thing still, that would have gone a long way also. Though, you could have still done this with the renaming Tigers card. That still would have let you do the Bonds thing, but that's significantly worse. To the point where it might be fine. Descendant Gust Wave, just Natty having go again with no prerequisite, I think was the real issue there. That's deleting an archetype. I don't agree with that ban at all. I think you just literally, you make that ban, you have deleted Prism. I don't think Prism is a playable deck getting rid of Merciful Genesis. You just literally can't beat Pauper decks without those. And then it defeats the point of even having the tomes. If you don't have the tomes, what's the fucking... if you don't have the auras, what's the fucking point of the tomes? And now you can't generate soul. Like, the deck is just actually unplayable. I think Prism's still a playable deck right now. I don't think she's deleted. I'm not actually dooming on Prism. I just don't think she's in a good meta spot. I mean, Wildfire should be banned, but then that's, to your point, deleting an archetype. Oh my god, I fucking love Invoke Shariah. 10 cases, 40 boxes. I have, including what I'm currently opening right now, 11 boxes left.
Listings for all of the tokens that are double-sided with a different card have a listing for each side.
Unlucky.
But someone bought a token.
Someone bought a token? Huge! Bro, imagine the first person that invented money. Well, I have... It was my idea, so I have $1 million. What's $1 million? I invented that also.
That was actually a plot point in Dr. Stone, if anyone cared.
The Nask.
They reinvent money, and the guy's just like, yeah, but I have all of it.
Unlucky. Hey, Eben. Yeah, I got all the stuff in finally. Sorry, I'm catching up reading chat right now. Sorry for the delayed response. Yeah, the glove upgrade is really nice. Yeah, bonds for bonds is also a questionable decision. I think the real questionable thing though was okay, these cards already exist. The fact that they didn't see that it was broken in internal testing is my real that's questionable moment. Like, how did no one test it? The hero power says search a card with combo. I don't know. Test it with every card that says combo? That seems kind of obvious, but what I really wanted. Sorry, that's the wrong way to say it. What I think would have been good for Zen was in. I think I said that in my this meta sucks video. Would have been if he searched not cards with combo, but searched something else, and it was like you made a different keyword for all of the tiger related stuff, kind of like Phi cares about rupture. Make a new keyword for the mystic ninja class, and that's the only thing that he can search for. I personally don't have any problem with Pitch Stack Kano existing. I think that Pitch Stack Kano is a really cool and skill expressive thing that is not bad to exist in the game. And it keeps certain decks honest. I think Kano going, oops, I hit funny cards off the top of my deck, you're dead on turn 2 is more of the problem. That's me. I had a whole fucking argument about Kano using LL as a balancing factor for him in the purple Discord, and I do not agree with that take. If you think a hero is enough of an issue that just let LL take care of it, I think that's a clown take. Why I would rather deal with the hero and let it keep being a viable deck in the game than just letting LSS delete it through the LL system. I mean, there's no way you can ever do enough testing. That the community is gonna figure out shit way faster than they do because we have more eyeballs on the game than they do. There's no way they could figure out everything. In that instance of hey, maybe test every card that says combo with the guy that searches cards that say combo. My issue there is that just seemed so obvious. It's understandable missing things. That's gonna happen. There's just like such a brother. Just read the keyword on the card. It you know. It's not that deep as the kids would say. And by the kids, I mean the kid, Lucas. Kid Wonderbread. I did ask him. Oh, who asked for a foil this earlier? I did ask him a question when I interviewed him that was directed at Brody.
All kids look at that.
Yeah, it was from Mara. It was something along the lines of, "Did all the ham sandwiches help you to get to your victory?" He's just like, "It was just literally not me." But also, the game was smaller back then. You have to give them a little bit of slack back then. I did get one Extended Art Call of the Grave. my if I had the dev hat and I had the talking stick and I got to make the decisions and I got the big chair, my thing that I like doing with in these cases is either print answers, not silver bullets necessarily, but print answers to problems, not create problems and then sell the solution, not that, but just like, okay, we made an oopsie, let's give players some tools to deal with it in the next set. And if that isn't a solution, it needs a more immediate solution. The thing that I would do if I had the talking stick is ban the problem and print a functional replacement that retains the flavor of the character and the identity of what that strategy is. So, for example, ban Wildfire, give Kano players a different funny card like Wildfire that isn't ridiculously broken. Like, what about a wizard spell that instead of like Wildfire or Aether Flare, where they buff based on the damage that they do, they instead just always buff the next thing that you play based on a certain printed value on the card. It doesn't matter if it hits, but it's only the next thing. So you're functionally just making a better Aether Flare. It functionally would just be a wizard spell that amps. I hear you, but like, you could always just give it out as a promo.
Bro, you forgot a feat.
Oh, feed. I don't care. My thought on printing the solution type of thing would be if it's not actually that big of a deal. It's like, this is better than we like. Okay, let's take Lexi for example. Lexi isn't to the level of we need to delete this deck from existence, but maybe we could print some answers to Lexi in our future sets, which is what they did. They gave us Balance of Justice. They gave us Hold the Line. They then gave us answers to deal with decks like Lexi. So that's kind of what I mean by that. Exploding Aether. I mean, Kano is still good. Just play Kano. They, in fact, did not delete your deck. In fact, they got rid of 6 Pot of Greeds and gave you 9 Pot of Greeds in exchange. You have, I think, the most Pot of Greeds in the game now. And even if it's a worse Pot of Greed, well, the worst Pot of Greed is still better than no Pot of Greed that anyone else has. Speak of the devil, Pot of Greed. Yeah, I need to make my video talking about the BNR update because I made such a good thumbnail for it, and then I just never made the video. Let me pull it up real quick. Oh, it was such a good thumbnail. I guess I'll just edit my background image. Close enough. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where's the Pot of Greed? I'm so fucking blind. Did I not save it? Oh no.
Fucked up, kid.
Fucking dum-dum. Oh no, I might have overrode it. No.
Well, can't make that video now.
No. No. Unlucky. Told you guys I'm stupid. Brother, you can't say that the game's just about math when not only did Kano win, but decks playing 2-card ones, it was one of the viable strategies of the format. On the promise that they're going to get back that value later. I mean, she just literally doesn't need to play that many 2-blocks. Go look at the deck list that I did with Majin. Go check out the other video. His deck was not that high on 2-blocks. Yeah, in my mind, that's not the issue with her. It would just be if fatigue decks adjust for her fatigue plan, does she still beat them? And does she beat Poison the Well in general? I mean, Dory is still a viable deck, so like all 3 of your decks got bans, and all 3 of them are still perfectly viable decks. I think the biggest L is your Cashin Royal Dory is the one that got hit, because that's kind of hard to replace that effect in the deck. That was a cool idea that you were doing. But, like, I don't know, man. Take a break from the game and then come back. It's okay to be upset, but, like, the decks that you were playing are still perfectly viable. Got an Aether Binding. Surprisingly, only hit one Marvel hero or anything of that sort so far. That's actually true. I just don't think everyone is going to be playing that, though. That's the thing. F Commander. Ooh, foil felling. And a suck 'em. Suck 'em! F to the Commander players in chat. There's another, I'm sure you guys didn't really know that about me, but, like, I'm actually, like, big Commander guy prior to Fab. That was, like, the main thing that I played before Fab. I used to go to my LGS 2 to 3 times a week to play Commander. We had, like, probably, like, 40 to 50 people that were a part of that play group. You know, not on and off who's there, obviously, but, like, regularly 30 people in the store playing Commander at any given point. Bro, just take a break from card games then. It's not that deep. I do that whenever I get burnt out. I usually take a break from Fab like twice a year. Just did too much grinding. I need a break. Oh, another foil felling. I think we're at a playset now. Yeah, I agree, Helios.
You see the whatever, like the European printing of Rosetta. They just have very different foiling on them.
Okay.
I memed on somebody when they pulled the felling crown.
It's so annoying too for me. Just like I literally just bought a foil mana crypt. Fuck me. I'm sure people lost way more than I did, so I'm not like really complaining that much. But
I could see the magic ban being weirdly good for Fab though. Just it being the straw that broke the camel's back. Because any of these things that like people hate when they lose money the most.
well, the problem is I don't think Fab really caters towards the EDH community very well. It might cater towards the cEDH community, but I'm not sure about that one. I haven't really interacted with that community in a number of years.
Sassy.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta get Ian on the channel anyways, so maybe I should just do that with him in the next like week or so. Do the video I was talking about of hey Ian, evaluate these Fab cards, even though you don't know anything about Fab. What do you think about Awakening?
That's still like the show 'em autumn touch.
That's definitely going to be one of them.
Which one of these cards banned? The block.
All 9 copies of this were banned at one point. What? The reasoning on their BNR update too was clown. Just the whole thing is clown. I'm so irritated by Magic. Oh, Sigil. I don't think cEDH is like a good competitive format. I used to play cEDH. If anyone here knows comedian MTG Ian, he's actually one of my locals from that store that I used to go to, and I actually got him into cEDH. I was the one that got him into the game. And it was a lot of fun back then playing, but we just played for fun. It was essentially us just playing high power EDH. There was no fucking stakes or anything. I think once you try to take that format and turn it into a tournament format, it doesn't work. It was not a Kingmaker game wasn't designed to be a competitive format. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't work. I think it's a very fun format. I think cEDH was one of the most fun things I did in MTG. Playing that razor thin line of these high power cards where someone could win at any second, and everyone needs to know a million interactions and little things was really interesting, and it was very rewarding for having a deep breadth of knowledge in Magic. And there's not a lot of times that you get that in Magic anymore. So I really enjoyed that. But I'm not gonna fucking play that for money. Especially with the fucking draw rules they have. Oh my god, it's so clown. I just like scroll through the cedh like subreddits and stuff periodically, just like reading stories of stuff, and it's so ridiculous. Like one of the ones I saw where everyone in the pod was like, "Hey, if we draw, we're guaranteed top cut. So let's all gang up on the fourth person because we only three of us can make top cut, and then after we beat all three of us gang up on that one guy, we'll ID." Like what? How is that allowed? That's insane. Also, the fact that you can go into these things with your buddies and lightly collude, it's like, this is just not competitive.
Collusion is just part of politicking.
Yeah.
What happens if you have more than one player playing with?
No. We're not talking about like an LGS type of situation. We're talking about like people playing in a tournament for big prizing. Like, this is a cut to top 8 for us to play for prizing. Well, 3 of us make it in out of this pod, kill that guy, and then we ID. Like, that's the correct play. That's definitely the optimal thing to do. But that's only made possible by the fact that draws are giving a point instead of no points, so people are incentivized to ID. Also, I've seen countless stories of people holding games hostage unless players are willing to ID. Like, someone tries to win, and then another player responds in such a way that would stop them from winning and put the game in a position where someone else at the table would win in theory, and then say, do you want to ID instead? All of us can get a point, or you can let... Oh, another Fable! Or we can let this other guy win.
The cold foil.
It is not cold foil. Never lucky. At least we got 2. So, funny story about slinging your deck. I actually got a rule changed in Fab about that. On one of the very early judge tests, there was a question about I'm paraphrasing here, but it was essentially, is it against the rules, and if so, what is the penalty for a player to spike their deck on the ground out of anger after a game? Turns out it wasn't against the rules. It is a perfectly legal thing to do to spike your deck on the ground in rage. So I told my buddy Tim Grant, one of the like top judges in the game, hey Tim, I just want you to know, since this is perfectly legal, next time I'm on stream, I will be spiking my deck on the ground. That rule was changed within 24 hours. My work here is done. It ain't much, but it's honest work, guys. Yeah, I actually had a whole conversation, Thomas, about that in my chat with my locals today when I was originally raging about these bans. I think that basically from like Throne of Eldraine forward was like the downhill spiral of Magic. That was when they first started really designing for Commander. It was when they did the Arcane Signets in the Throne of Eldraine. What the fuck was that shit format called? Brawl? It was like their way of trying to get Commander players to buy standard cards. It was like Standard Commander or some bullshit format. I'm gonna move these Majestics off the table. Put them over here. And then after that, they started more and more introducing things like that into Magic of how can we monetize the Commander format more, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but Magic Wizard specifically has a history of doing something once, going, oh shit, that was successful. What if we kept doing it until people fucking hated it? And that's what they did with Commander. They fucking shoved Commander down our throat, and Commander is my favorite format. So it's not like I'm saying like I hate Commander, but they shoved Commander down everyone's throat, started designing cards for the format, started putting those cards in Standard, not designing those cards to exist in Standard, and it just created all sorts of fucking problems. And now, you know, we see the effects of it and the ramifications. Ooh, Cold Foil Rotwood Reaper. Issues with designing for commanders when you... Yeah, it's lazy, but they don't give a fuck. The problem is people need to speak with their wallets. If they don't like these things, stop giving them your fucking money. They've learned that they can do whatever they want, and people will still keep buying. The only time people spoke with their wallets was the Magic 30th thing. That was the first time people spoke with their wallets. And they went, okay, now we see. This is the line. It's right here. $1,000 is too much for a booster pack or whatever the fuck it was. Got it. So anything short of this is fine. We can be any amount of shitty so long as it's behind that line. Ooh, Alara was a good format. That was some good-ass Magic. Yeah, Fab community is fucking fantastic. I will say, my Magic community was very good. So, I cannot speak for other people's experiences, but my Magic community was very good. Other story of Magic, I think, is that now that they're realizing that they have to move, you know, the mana system. I guess I'm not sure if I agree with that point, but I haven't paid enough attention to Magic card design over the past couple years, so I'm not going to make any comment on that. The last time I seriously played Magic was during Rise of Zendikar, and that was when they were doing the flip lands, which I really liked. That I thought that was I think that was one of my favorite designs in Magic. Really smoothed out the consistency of games. Well, Rashino, it's just not for you. Not every product is for you. Even though we print a new product every fucking week. Keep shoving them down your throat. Yeah, like, that was the other thing I fucking hated about Magic, with the Hasbroing of it, of just, we're gonna keep printing all these fucking products, shove them down your throat, and then say swallow, bitch. Like, and then act surprised when people don't want to buy everything, but then people still do, so they keep doing it. And again, that's the speak with your money. They keep making all these fucking products because people keep fucking buying them. Man, my F-bomb count went way through the roof once we started talking about Magic. Holy. Can you tell that I get a little passionate when I talk about the state of Magic? Y'all got me going. Y'all got me feeling some things. Oh, foil.
The Rosetta Thorn.
Unlucky. At least we got 2 Fables.
I'll give those back. Take one for Rosetta.
I don't know who Blake is.
Watch Blake?
Sorcery Speed Podcast. Five more boxes left. We're almost done, chat. What's F9R? Oh, 4. I see, I see. Can I make my chat bigger? No. Unlucky. I figured it out after.
Theoretically, just bring up the video on there.
I could. That's what I usually do. One time I don't do it. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I fucking hate that they've been doing in Magic. The further Yu-Gi-Oh-ification of Magic, where they just make these sets that power creep what you were doing before, reprint shit into oblivion, then ban everything so you have to buy the next product. Commander Legends and Modern Horizons, while very cool products, I think were really bad for Magic. You know what I miss? I miss Conspiracy and Battle Bond. Those were literally my favorite products in Magic. I loved Battle Bond. I think Battle Bond was like literally my favorite set. Oh my god, you know what's tragic? I made an OG Innistrad cube. Like triple Innistrad, the GOAT format. And then COVID happened, and I basically never got a chance to play it. And the couple times I brought it with me to things, people just like said that they would play it, and then, I'm tired, I don't want to play anymore, and then I just can't get 8. Man, I love triple Innistrad. It took me forever to put that together, because I had to figure out an approximation of the pack collation and the ratios. Oh! Cool! I forgot this existed in the set, because we've opened 0 of it. Arcanite Fortress Extended Art. Cool.
Anything short of a Rosetta is deep.
Yeah, Battle Bond was goated. We did that so many times at my friend's house. My biggest worry as your new Fab player, not very excited. My worry as a new Fab player is having my favorite character LL and then being in the waiting for them to come back just based off of. They've been getting. I have been in that spot multiple times now. Not very excited, and when that happened to Prism, it was an egregious amount of time for them to replace Prism. And then the Prism that we got did not fulfill the same player not fantasy, but like the same feel as OG Prism. But they have been getting better about that and making a point of printing multiple heroes now in similar veins. So if you lose an elemental runeblade right now, there's a different elemental runeblade that's legal. If dash LLs, we have 3 other mechanologists in the format. They've been doing a good job of trying to get ahead of that, so that way it is not a problem in the future. When Dromai left, we got Enigma, and Enigma, while not the same as Dromai, has a similar play style to Dromai, so it fulfills a very similar want as a player. All right, I'm gonna be honest, Intro. We get it that the band's hurt for you. I'm not sure what the hope is with the high level of dooming from your comments. To be honest, I'm more than happy to have a conversation about things, but it seems like your only want is to just doom on it. Oh, Imposter Julian's back. I would say Victor is like pretty close to fulfilling part of the fantasy of Bravo. This value style of playing Guardian. You're just missing out on the disruption. We might see a return to that with the new Guardian pack thing. What am I most excited about in Rosetta? Rosetta Thorn, Rosetta Thorn, Rosetta Thorn, Rosetta Thorn, Rosetta Thorn, please. That's what I'm most excited for. The Rosetta Thorn in this pack. Nope. It was worth a shot. There's no like one big thing. There's like a lot of little things that I'm excited about. I'm happy that we have a grindy wizard back in the format that fulfills that player fantasy that Icelander left a hole in. Great example of that what we were talking about earlier. You know, we lost Icelander, but now we have a different but similar wizard in what they're trying to do. This Bullander-esque wizard. I'm actually really excited about this card, the Fortress. I think it's really good for the game that we have an alternative generic chest piece. And having a fridge for classes that don't get fridges is, speak of the devil, someone's asking about what a fridge is. A fridge is a term for a shitload of armor. You're throwing the fridge at them is kind of the phrase. Your opponent tries attacking you with a command and conquer. You say, halt, you violated the law. You throw the fridge at them. No other cards from hand. Like I said, intro, go take a break from the game. If you're not having fun, don't force yourself to play the game. Sounds like you're not forcing yourself, but like the dooming on it can't be healthy for you. And if I'm being honest, it's not the vibe I'm trying to go with here. Like you want to have a conversation about it, we can do that. I'm more than happy to talk about shit. But if it's just I don't know, fuck Fab. That's just like not the kind of vibe that I'm going for here. So it's like I don't want to do that here. If you catch what I'm saying, I feel for you. I sympathize. We can only keep going in the same circles so many times of, yeah, but my deck got banned. We're not going anywhere with this conversation. It's not accomplishing anything. All it's doing is dooming. I'm not trying to come off in a negative way to you. I'm more than happy to have you in the chat and talk and hang out. It's not conducive to a good conversation, if you catch what I'm saying. Honestly, the biggest thing that I'm looking forward to this set is getting to play Enigma again, because I didn't really get to play Enigma last set because she was so fucking dog shit. Honestly, when Florian was first spoiled, I got excited to play again. The Mystic really turned you off on me. Why'd Mystic turn you off? Was it just the power level of what was going on and you weren't playing those things? Genuinely curious. Oh, Felling of the Crown. Yeah. Someone else said that. Unlucky. On the losing the winning in. Yeah, the power creep was pretty high, though. I think it was like really just Zen that was a power creep issue. And that was just, I don't even know if I would call that power creep. He was overtuned and was a problem, and they dealt with the problem. Struggling to find your favorite class. Started with Guardian. You're getting used to the game's strategy. What did you play in other TCGs? Like what other TCGs did you play, and what types of decks did you play in them? I think they need to balance some class matchups too many 80-20s. I agree. I'm not a big fan of those. I'm it's fine, Entra. I get it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you've had a negative experience, but that's all I can really say. Yeah, I think Fab is at its best when all the matchups are skill matchups. Like, hey, both. I don't know how many of you were here for like in the past, but we had like multiple times where we had what was called 90-90s, where both sides of the matchup thought they were favored. And I think that's some of the moments when Fab is at its best, when both sides think they're favored, because then that just tells me that it's a skill matchup, that both players have a lot of ability to win the game, and it just comes down to who executes better. How would you balance print cards for Guardian to have a chance into Illusionist? I think we already saw that a bit with this card. Hello. Fuck me, I guess. There. Nope, that's the wrong one. Yeah, that's the wrong one. I guess this is one of them. There's that one and whatever. I give up. The one that they can't block with auras. I think that's like a really good way to give classes in general a way to tackle illusionists. Say, hey, I have cards that specifically line up very profitably into what you're trying to do, and punish you for your game plan. I think if Guardian had more access to interact with the board or utilize all their cards, this set actually I think did a lot to help Starvo against Prism, for example, where the value proposition of OG Prism is I am going to present you with attacks that are incredibly inefficient to defend against, and we're going to get to a state where you get too low and you're going to have to block these attacks, but it's super inefficient for you to do that. Starvo gained access to a lot of life gain and damage prevention in this effect, and all of those are incredibly good against the auras, because I can just say, hey, I'm going to play a 2-card or a 1-card prevention or life gain, and now I'm going to mitigate all of the damage that you presented this turn. And it also gives Starvo ways to use all of his cards when he's not fusing. Like, okay, I missed the fuse this turn, I can't do the funny thing. Well, I can still utilize all of my cards. I can throw a big attack and then gain some life. So ways to allow the Guardian player to still efficiently allow the Guardian to still kind of fucking play the game, even when they're stuck dealing with what the Illusionist is doing. Also, Summersfall. Yeah, there's ways to interact with auras. So, like, whatever, it's just the difference of going face versus attacking the aura directly. It's like a small thing. You're still only getting one aura off the board. Yeah.
Oh no.
Uh-huh. Ooh, sigil. Sigil of Aether. Like, feels thin. And I kind of described it earlier too, for people that weren't here. I was talking about a generic popper that I wanted them to design that lined up profitably into Dromai, where when you defend with it, it also deals a damage to an ally, but when it hits a hero, it deals, I don't know, 1 damage to 2 different allies. So it plays well into what Dromai is trying to do. Giving more tools like that, so that way you don't have this feeling of hopelessness of just watching the Dromai or the Illusionist play the game, and you're just waiting to find out when you lose, I think is how to kind of fix those matchups. Let me finish. Let me read through the comments for a second. What do you recommend to do as an Enigma into troublesome aggro matchups? I'm honestly lost. Try... It depends which kind of aggro we're talking about. Try Essence of Ancestry Body. Try lots of D-reacts. Try just not fighting over your board and finding ways to just play offense. Like, okay, I can't protect my board, I give up on protecting it. I'm just going to get my value on offense with my board, then get my value on defense with my board. Maybe I block a little bit, but I don't need to block because I'm just sacking my board. It's not that deep. And then I'm just going to punch you in the mouth. And try to win turn cycles with your disruptive attacks, or just push them low, because the aggro deck typically blocks very poorly. So if you get them low and they have to start blocking, then they can't pressure your board back, and now you can try getting in that cycle where you have a board. Then is enigmatic something fab dealing with the future. Where... That's fair. I think if we have another Zen, that's not good. But we got rid of all the books, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. So there's nothing specific that you really enjoyed playing, or like really jive with. Not very excited. Assassin's pretty fun if you like control decks. Ooh, got a foil of the regrowth shock. Assassin has a really high skill ceiling too if you want a deck to grow with over time. Well, I didn't specify which one.
Okay. And they're cute.
Okay. Okay, Nadia.
And then we'll find out that her red mask is just the girl from Leave No Witnesses.
Oh, huge if true.
I have the best altar of Arachne. That's just that. I'll never play that hero.
I don't think you can give Guardian just straight up fuck what Illusionist is doing type of cards. It's kind of the tension of the matchup. You're playing a deck that counters my poppers, so I need a strategy that's good into what you're doing. So if you're going to do that, then you have to make the poppers invalid. Otherwise, the matchup flips to now Guardian always wins, and now we're in the same thing. Well, what do we do to make it so Illusionist can win the matchup again? I just think giving the Guardian more agency throughout the game and an ability to feel like they're getting to play the game is how I would look to make that matchup better. Ways to use all of their cards even when all they're doing is just hammer an aura or hammer a dragon. It's almost like we got a generic this set that helps you do that. Weird. Yeah, Guardian's still very good. It's just Dromai specifically poops on Guardian. Not Dromai. Enigma. Nope, it's a 90-90. We both think we're favored. One of us is wrong. We still don't know. The effect that you're creating of like this gain an action point thing just invalidates Illusionist. Now you have just broken the matchup. You were a black player in Magic for the horror aesthetic. I was going to recommend Levia. Levia really reminds me of like Jund Shadow or Grixis Shadow decks, if you enjoyed those. You just started Fab with Dromai and Vis. I know she LL'd, but what do you think I could pick up to prepare for her eventual return? Got all the dragons, but anything else? Get all the dusts just in case the new Dromai utilizes the dusts. Get the armor if you don't already have that. That is legal in that card pool. I think there's like a really good chance that when we get back to Dromai, she's a natively royal hero also. So stuff that works with royal. And just kind of like look at generic reds that could make sense in that hero at all, even if it doesn't work with the current Dromai. Just like, is this card a good red, basically? Uh, Weird angle, so you have to cover reward, spectra, and allies. Well, I mean, right now, we don't have to deal with allies, really. It's just Prism. And it's like, you just hit it. There has to be a trade-off in the matchup. I think Prism can beat Guardian. I think if we play Iris, you can win the matchup. Iris, Ode. You just still do the same plan. Like you could play the matchup without tomes before. It's just harder without the tomes. Yeah, Necromancer is going to be sick. I had a really cool idea for a Necromancer where the Necromancer has a revive mechanic where they start at half health for whatever makes sense for their health total. And then and maybe even lower. Like, what if it's like a 15 health hero with whatever armor that they natively get? And when that character takes lethal damage, they get back all of their armor loses any counters that are on it. So like it'd have to be only a battle worn hero, and they go back to their starting life total. So they essentially get a second life. I thought that'd be a really interesting gimmick. Oh, cold foil adaptive dissolve. That's really cool looking. I would definitely say Wizard, because Wizard inherently does fundamentally broken things in the game and plays. Both of them play on a different axis, but Wizard just breaks the game and like has states where the game just falls apart, where Illusionist just invalidates specific strategies. And it's much easier to print ways to curb Illusionist power than it is Wizard. Also, we have never seen a single ban for Illusionist. Like, any time that Illusionist, I'm sorry, now we've seen our first one with Tome, but like all these times that Illusionist was near the top of the meta, I don't think it ever needed last box. I don't think it ever needed a ban, but we never saw one. Like, I think Rake the Embers was a really solid card to ban back when Dromai was really good. I think that would have made a lot of matchups playable that were unplayable. Just, hey, your deck just can't fucking clear Ashwings efficiently. Die, idiot. I'm pretty sure they said that in the past, that they just, like, weren't gonna do anything to help Spectra. Pretty sure they said that about New Prism, where it was like, this strategy still exists, but we're not going to give you the tools to do it. You want to play Iris and still do aura things? You can do it. We're not helping you. That's your opinion, Thomas. I think Guardians were an easy matchup. It's a 90-90. We both thought we were favored. I think that's good for the game. Yeah, Rake Band is fine. You just play Uvia instead. A lot of people didn't play Uvia. Hmm. Hmm. I don't disagree with the Strider's comment. I think Wizard still kind of breaks the game, though. Yeah, Uvia was the juice. I think I had 3 Uvia in almost every single deck list of Dromai I played. Most people played 0 to 1 of her. Uvia is so fucking good. I love me an army in a can. Give me a Bitter Blossom. Hell yeah, brother. Your mom breaks the game. Got him. I really thought we were getting Shariah back when they spoiled the art for that the specialization, and we were getting all those story spotlight things with Shariah in it. I was so excited. Shariah was actually the first hero that I wanted to play when I went to go play Flesh and Blood. I googled Flesh and Blood waifu, and Shariah came up, and I was like, that one, that's the one I want to play. And then I realized that she was like literally an unplayable dog shit hero, and I was like, okay, never mind, not that one. All right, who's this Prism character? She's cute. Huh? What did I say? Oh, yeah. What did... Wait. Did my brain autofill the wrong thing? No, no, I have to read chat. What did that person say? Uh... They said Cheyenne. I just said the wrong thing. I'm just dumb. What would I want new Dromai to focus on? Hmm. Hmm. I haven't thought about this yet. Last 2 packs. I'm gonna hold off on the last pack for a sec while I think about this. I wouldn't mind if she had something like once per turn the ability to put a dust into play. And then that was how you played your dragons. You didn't have you made your ash by playing your ash. Or maybe you had a way to tutor them into play. I don't know if yeah, I feel like they're gonna go a direction where it's like around the dust, but I don't know if I like that. That also does make if you do make her royal and give her tome, if that's how she's making her ash by getting it into play from some means other than pitching reds, uh makes tome much worse. Nope. No Rosetta. Unlucky.
Ah.
Alright, let's do some cleanup here. I missed these or something? Oh, sick. More hits. All right. Big hits. We got a cold foil, the word Rosetta. We got a lot of feet. All right, let's see what we got for all these hits. We got 8 sigils. That's a common. That's also a common. Let's see. Fable. Fable. Marvel. Extended art. Jesus Christ. Okay, hopefully the siren stopped now. Something's going on. I guess channel Millennium Tree shouldn't go in an extra pile or anything. It's just a normal thing. I thought I got cold foil gloves. Did I not get cold foil gloves, chat? Oh, no, no, no. It was cold foil feet, and I just didn't own feet at all, right? Yeah, these are all just the commons. Common cold foils. So this is the hits. Only one Marvel hero. 2 Fables. That's pretty lucky. Got 3 extended art legendaries. We got 8 sigils. We got 6 weapons. 2 extended art majestics. We got 5 cold foil majestics, and then we got what is this? 10 legendaries. So 1 legendary per case, essentially. I hope that's not bad. Not sure. And now let's look at the other things.
We'll never know because Webway just opened their boxes.
True, we won't know how lucky they are comparatively. What do people say? That's some shiny shit for sure. Now for the great sorting. I got a playset of this.
So, unsurprisingly, the split rainbow foil rares, we didn't get a playset of each of them.
Mm-hmm.
They are Majestic. They're probably like rainbow foil Majestic rarity.
They're gonna eventually go on my TCG Player store, and then before that, I'm going to take care of my locals and what they need. I have like a list of cards that all of them need, so take care of them first. But if you guys want anything, feel free to DM me, and I'll let you know what I have for extra after my locals pick up stuff. Can sell it through Facebook, just Venmo me, PayPal me, whatever. Uh, Everything's gonna be for sale. I don't think I'm actually personally keeping anything here.
Better keeping the loot thing.
I didn't get the gloves, so maybe not.
The only good one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
one card in the set.
Do you think we'll ever get Royal as a standalone talent on a hero? There's no reason why they couldn't.
Perhaps they haven't done the young only, royal only hero.
Hmm.
That's a gimmick thing that they would do.
I guess they only do stuff like that when it makes sense to the lore.
They could add any character that works for the royalty.
Yeah,
like they are royalty.
Yeah, they only do that though when it makes sense to the lore of the game. So like they always have that door open to do these kinds of things. It hasn't made sense to do it yet. Yeah, I would say that's like kind of what they did with the set. They split the hero's identity kind of. The lightning Runeblade is like what Briar originally was played as, and then the Earth version of it is kind of like uh, what Charles played that ended up LLing her. I really like that. That's how they went about it. I think it's a really cool way of doing it, where it's like, yeah, here's, and that's kind of what they did with Mechanologist. Also, we have Dash, so let's break her up. We got Tree Frog Dash. Let's make that tech low. We've got this Ooga Booga boost run you down version of the deck. Okay, that's Dash IO. And then we have this. Let me kind of set up this like pistol engine style of dash, and I guess that's kind of what Max is, where it's like kind of the more blocky but not true fatigue version, just like this mid-range version of the deck, where you like lean into high octane to like have a good boost turn. I opened 2 reverse foil fables. Actually, let's do equipment first. It's easier on my eye. I mean, you can just learn one deck and then play the other later. Like, you don't gotta learn both at the same time. I honestly only ever usually learn one deck in Fab and just like ride that hero until it LLs. Right now it's weird where I actually know how to play 3 heroes. That's the most I've ever known how to play at a single time. I know how to play Prism, Enigma, and Azalea. I almost played Azalea at the Pro Tour. Yeah, I like put in weeks of work into learning Azalea, then came to the conclusion that the Zen matchup was like fucking unplayable and abandoned ship with 3 days before I had to leave, and spent the last 3 days I had playing Prism, and then all I did was play the Zen matchup into Prism. I did nothing else other than spam Zen games. Yeah, just do whatever makes you happy. If you want to learn two at the same time that makes you happy, to go for it. I prefer just like mastering one deck. That's how I engage with the game. That makes me happy. That makes my happy brain chemicals. But that's not how everyone wants to interact with the game. Man, where's the fucking lightning cards? Holy shit. I haven't really played any games of Classic Constructed yet. I'm focusing on content and draft at the moment, and then I'm going to come back around to CC later. I have a initial deck list up on my Patreon for Enigma, but that's not what you're asking about. I know that wasn't a very helpful answer, but I think in theory Prism should have some play into the new heroes, into the stall control Earth heroes. You should be able to enact your, board state game plan and shit on them. And against lightning heroes, well, they block pretty poorly, so a herald focused game plan might be good into them. But I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I've extensively tested these matchups. I haven't yet. I've been more focused on making content for you guys than actually playing the game. No problem. Well, we're probably only missing one card from the Dash.io deck. I imagine it's just new gauntlets, which probably only is a marginal increase for the deck. And the Dash.io deck, I believe, comes out in the middle of ProQuest season. So, like, I'm certainly going to play Classic Constructed before the middle of the ProQuest season. It's just draft. I'm gonna have to draft no matter what. So I'd rather spend my early time learning draft, because that's not going to change over the course of time. People might change some of their strategies in the draft format, but the draft format's going to be the draft format. It's not going to suddenly have new cards introduced into it. You know what I mean? I hope. We found out that we left a book in the draft set, and we're now banning it. When we said no more pot of greeds, we meant it. None will come to your house and find you if you're reading books. I guess heroes. Hopes are an armory deck after Dash. Let me pull up a list of heroes real quick. That's a good point. I should make a whole video on that now that you mention it. Like, my top list of heroes that would make good armory decks. That would probably make a good piece of content. Where the fuck am I doing? Stats. Most played decks. Meta results. A Guardian one would probably be really good. So we have KO, Azalea, Bolton, and now Dash. So we've got 3 aggressive decks. Is it all aggressive? It was KO, Bolton, Dash, Azalea, all aggressive decks. We have no defensive decks. Maybe Guardian. Guardian's not very exciting to new players, but like having one option like that's probably good. Because I'm trying to think of like what's actually a good deck for a newer player. Also, I really would want them to focus on just doing armory decks that aren't obscenely expensive to upgrade. So like Assassin, that's just fucking completely not an option. It's like over $1,000 to build Assassin. I think Azalea actually was a pretty bad one also because you have to get like codexes and shit. It's goddamn expensive. Um Illusionist just too complicated. I'd say Ninja if it weren't for everything that happened. Oh, Ira? Ira would be a fantastic one. Give people non-foil Iras. Yeah, I think Ira would be one the top of my list. Um I was before we got the Dash one. My vote was Max. I thought Max was potentially a good one. Not focus on Nitro Mechanoid. Mm, Viserai maybe. I think Viserai is like a fun deck for new players. There's just like a lot of moving pieces. Um, Victor, but he's so fucking expensive. Yeah, I think that's the list of heroes that I would give. Maybe one of the new heroes also, but they want to sell new stuff. Like if you buy the armor deck, you might buy less cards. I don't know. This was just like a really fun deck to like as a new player, where you're just like, wow, look at all this shit moving all over the place. Um, it just like activates the neuron in the monkey brain of just things moving around on the table. Doesn't matter if it's good. Monkey brain go burr. Um, hey, Moonshot's a good card. I ain't hating.
Oh, Hocus Pocus is the Rune Blade card, not the hand. For fools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the moon is consistently up once a night. You're welcome.
What about when there's a new moon?
Shit. Redacted. I'm pretty sure I got like mostly this for expansion slot. Jesus Christ. Bro, nobody I don't even think there's that many people that play Reinar in the world. Okay, just clown activity. Whatever, man. Fuck me. One.
But you,
This is sorted. That's sorted. I actually really like this card. I think this card is like legitimately very good. Huh. One copy. That's probably because it's a rare. Banished.
Did you get that in 4?
That comes 4?
Yeah.
They're a rare?
Yeah.
What?
Maybe it's the promo? Coming 4, but all 3 of them in.
What? In this economy?
There's a lot of full arts. Like, the set might have the most difference, which is crazy.
There's no Illusionist head, right? Because we already have one. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. It's because the Briar one's also in here. So much for Felling of the Crown being the short printed one. Lucky for once. I think that was the Earth Majestic we got the most of. They did it. Watch it be the cheapest. F. No, this is rare. Get out of here. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Alrighty, it's about done on sorting all of these. I think I'm gonna sign out as soon as I finish sorting this last pile. Get some food in me. Thank you everyone that stuck around and watched the whole night and everything. I appreciate all you guys being here. Again, Patreon if you want to help support more content. And I have some draft stuff that I'm going to be coming out with specifically on the Patreon of talking about my journey of how to learn the draft format. So if you're interested in kind of seeing kind of the thought process of how to disseminate, how to learn a format and everything like that. I almost said inseminate. That's definitely the wrong word. Check that out, and it's probably going to be really educational to a lot of people. I can't say that wholeheartedly because, you know, I'm doing it for myself, and I hope it's going to be educational for people of learning how to play a format and figuring out like what matters in a format, and like not just here's pick order bullshit. Like, oh yeah, this is a pack one, pick one card. Like way deeper than that. Like this is how I'm trying to read the table. This is how I'm trying to metagame the draft format. This is how I'm trying to navigate my games and figure out what matters. Therefore, that will inform my draft decisions in the draft portion and everything. So check that out if you guys are going to be interested in seeing some of that. But yeah, thank you again so much for watching. I appreciate you guys. See you in the next one.